Welcome to NTD News Today. Here are today's top stories. The European Union pauses retaliatory tariffs against the U.S. for 90 days. The bloc says it's willing to negotiate, and U.S. inflation declines for the first time since September. More on the better-than-expected inflation report. Russian-American Ksenia Karelina has been released from a Russian prison. She was serving a 12-year prison sentence after a conviction for treason. Military officials will testify before the Senate Armed Services Committee on National Security in the Indo-Pacific region will tune into the hearing later. Should we lock the clock? A Senate hearing will examine the country whether it should continue with daylight saving time.
This is NTD News Today, live from our global headquarters in New York City.
Good morning. Today is Thursday, April 10th. I'm Don Ma. The European Union is backing off on retaliatory tariffs against the United States. That's for now, at least. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen announced the 90-day reprieve today after President Trump temporarily lowered duties on imports. She said on X that, quote, if negotiations are not satisfactory, our countermeasures will kick in. An EU spokesperson had this to say.
We are not going to offer any greater detail at this point about what we are or are not saying to the Americans beyond what we have already said. We want to negotiate. We want to talk. We appreciate that you have brought this pause on so-called reciprocal tariffs, and we in turn are now pausing our proposed countermeasures in order that we have the maximum space to consult with our member states, consult with our industry, and negotiate with the US. We're ready to make deals. Let's talk.
Now, the EU was due to launch counter-tariffs on about $23 billion worth of U.S. imports in response to Trump's 25% duties on steel and aluminum. The bloc is still assessing how to respond to American tariffs on cars and the broader 10% levies still in place. Meanwhile, U.S. consumer prices unexpectedly fell in March, driven by falling energy prices. The Labor Department's Bureau of Labor Statistics reported the annual inflation rate declined to 2.4%, and that was from 2.8% in February. It's the lowest reading since September. Now, on a monthly basis, the index fell by a better-than-expected 0.1%. The economy added 228,000 jobs in March, while the unemployment rate rose to 4.2% from 4.1% in February. Okay, joining us now to discuss President Trump's announcement that he's pausing reciprocal tariffs is Christian Briggs, an economist and CEO of Hard Asset Management. Also joining us is David Hebert, a senior research fellow at the American Institute of Economic Research. So good morning to the both of you. Christian, talk to us about Trump's pause. It's pause and go on these tariffs. Do you think this was part of his strategy from the beginning, or maybe perhaps he's seeing what's going on in markets and he got a bit worried?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on the show. But I think there was a little bit more to it than just an average pause here. I think what happened was the bond market was starting to show some significant weakness. There was a lot of selling of bonds in Japan last night, as well as China the previous day. So there was a lot of pressure on the 10-year and some other the longer duration treasuries. What we're seeing is a lot of the China and Japan are needing the cash to support their own currencies and their economies. So during the tariffs, there were systematically ways in which that they could create liquidity to support both the yuan if they have to, or in this case, Japan wanted to support the yen, and their economies needed the money.
Okay, David, what do you think? Do you think this was the plan from the beginning, or Trump saw what happened recently and decided to change his position?
So it's really difficult to say that this was the plan, especially when we have mixed messaging coming out of the administration and his inner circle. Consider the fact that just a year ago, Scott Bessent said that tariffs would be a loaded gun on the table, but rarely fired. That's clearly not true. Consider that Pete Navarro said that we're going to use these tariffs to raise $600 billion in revenue every year, But other Trump officials are saying that this is a negotiation tactic designed to lower tariffs for all goods to 0%. And then we have different people in the administration, like Howard Lutnick, saying that these tariffs are here to stay, that there will be no pause, that there will be no delays. And Trump is saying that he was open to negotiations. And then finally, we have the European Union offering 0 for 0 reciprocal tariff diminishment, and Trump himself saying no. So I don't think that this was part of the plan because, frankly, I don't know that there was a plan to begin with.
Okay, Christian, do you think this pause, is it going to be permanent? You mentioned the concerns in the bond market.
Yeah, no, there's big concerns in the bond market. And I think what my colleague just said there was absolutely correct. There really is no plan. They're kind of weaning this thing as they go. However, there's an understanding or an ideology that we need to increase the playing field levels to where it's more fair on the trade partnerships. But there is really kind of mixed signals coming out of the White House. I have to agree with that. I think the pause is going to be temporarily put into place unless, of course, the European Union comes to the table. What I don't see happening, though, is China coming to the table anytime soon, not since they increased their tariffs even more than they did originally in 48 hours. So I'm not so sure there's an actual plan because it is uncharted waters, number one. And number two, the bond market, as Jamie Dimon said yesterday on the Maria Bartiromo show, there's nothing there that any investor can understand. And so the bond market is getting nervous right now. Interest rates are going higher or staying high at least. And that's not what Trump wants, especially with the renewal of $9 trillion in debt coming due this fall.
Okay, David, what should we expect in these 90 days of this tariff pause?
You know, I think that's going to be anyone's guess because, frankly, I don't know what President Trump is trying to accomplish with these tariffs other than some goal of lowering the trade deficit. Now, look, if he wants to do that, which, okay, that's a fine goal to have. We have tried and true measures of doing this. Ronald Reagan succeeded in the 80s in lowering our trade deficit by not by protectionism, but by deregulating manufacturing, by lowering taxes, and by increasing the availability of American exports on the world stage. This is what President Trump promised during his joint address to Congress just a few weeks ago. And so what he really should do is double down on this and get away from these tariffs. What we're seeing with this capricious tariff policy is that the world market is reacting. They are refusing and, frankly, trying to run away from investing in America because no one knows what the rules are going to be with tariff policy. And so if President Trump wants to increase direct foreign investment, which he should, foreign investment is what pays for our factories, it's what pays for our national debt, he should try to increase this. What he should be doing is getting away from these capricious and ill-timed tariffs and moving toward deregulation and lowering taxes. This would launch us into a new stratosphere of manufacturing. It would lower prices. It would boost wages. And if all of that sounds familiar, it's exactly what President Trump promised on the campaign trail and has yet to deliver.
Christian, what do you think?
I can't disagree with that because right now, if I was a foreign investor looking to bring manufacturing back to the U.S., I'm not sure what the regulatory environment is. Are the tariffs going to be partially put in place? Are they going to be negated because maybe I bring $10 billion or $20 billion? I know that Trump is so pro-business and so pro-manufacturing from a domestic and international level that he's got deals being done. But right now, the environment is a little quasi, do I go left, do I go right? The bottom line is we have to pay the debt down. The tariffs are used to increase productivity, manufacturing opportunities here, but it's also to increase revenues. Right now, the revenues are not sufficient enough with the understanding is to pay the debt down, and the tariffs are being used to lower taxes, which will increase GDP. That's always good. People love low taxes. Increase manufacturing by lowering the dollar so our widgets become cheaper, as China's been doing for years. With the yuan, by devaluing the yuan, they obviously offer a lower cost manufacturing environment. But right now, and I have to agree with the colleague again, David, that this is an interesting environment right now. And if I was both an international investor looking to do something in the U.S., I'm not sure what I can do yet. The White House needs to get real clear on the messaging, determine whether the tariffs are on or off, and then what are the tariff percentages? Increasing these things by the day it spooks people a little bit. And that debt, Trump's real worried about the debt, and he should be. So I think a pause of maybe a day or two, figure out the plan, then come to the market with something that's more cohesive.
So, David, the tariffs generating revenue, that could go towards paying down the national debt, and that's a good thing, isn't it?
So, look, Pete Navarro says that these tariffs, that if Trump actually enacts them, will generate $600 billion per year in revenue. That sounds like a lot of money to people like you and I, and it is. But consider the fact that Congress spends over $600 billion every single month. Okay, so this is not some massive magic bullet. This is not some big thing that's going to even move the needle a little bit. This $600 billion doesn't even cover the $1.8 trillion in national debt that we're going to add just this year through deficit spending. So yes, I completely agree. We need to get this national debt under control, but this is not a revenue problem. This is a spending problem. If the American household ran their budget the way Congress does, they would have $435,000 in credit card debt. And then to say that this is a revenue problem, that's ridiculous. This is a spending problem. We need to get DOGE, unleash it onto literally every aspect, let the sun shine, and find all the ridiculous spending that's going on. This is not about coffee mugs in the Air Force or toilet seats in the Pentagon or anything like that. We need to tackle spending, and we need to tackle it now.
Okay, we just have a bit of time left. We have to talk about the tariffs on China. Christian, what would you say the 125% tariff on China right now? How much of it is about protecting American manufacturing, and how much of it is about trade negotiations, or how much is it just Trump not wanting to back down?
Okay, that's a great question. Well said. It's all of the above. The number one thing you've got to look at are two primary problems that China's been doing ever since they were allowed to get into the WTO, the World Trade Organization. They've done predatory selling, which is below cost manufacturing, to be able to hurt and to circumvent various rules and understandings within the WTO's guidelines. They came in with aluminum and steel, which is some of the biggest two elements that are used in any kind of manufacturing of construction. They've been doing that for decades. They also do a devaluation of their currency artificially, and we just hit a 25-year low on the yuan. So these are things that they've been doing willfully to undermine U.S. manufacturing, which is also a byproduct of undermining U.S. sovereignty with the dollar. So Trump is trying to say, okay, that can't happen anymore. I'm just going to do layman terms here. We've got to create a playing field that allows us to be able to recoup $1 trillion a year in trade deficits. So the tariffs are being used to negotiate that, level the playing field. But at the same time, what really has shocked the market was China not coming to the table so quickly. In fact, they not only didn't come to the table, they raised their tariffs from us. And that's what's interesting about that is they basically said, we're willing to go the long mile. Because remember, China plays the long game. They're not interested in quarters or quarter centuries. They play for decades and decades. So I was really surprised, but not as much as some, that China basically told Trump, we're not negotiating anytime soon.
Okay, David, you have 30 seconds. Final thoughts.
Yeah, so look, trade restrictions on China are just not going to work. And I agree with my colleague here that something needs to be done against China. Trade restrictions are not going to work because U.S. trade with China only comprises about 7% of their international trade. They are so incredibly internationally diversified that they can afford to lose even a titan like the United States as a customer because they have millions of trading partners around the world. So this whole tariff strategy against China is going to fail. It's only going to increase costs for Americans, and it's only going to decrease our dynamism as small manufacturing startups lose access to cheap Chinese manufacturing.
Okay, David, Christian, thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Australia's Prime Minister said Australia would not join hands with the Chinese regime when it comes to rejecting U.S. tariffs. He said Australia has its own voice.
We engage with all countries, but we stand up for Australia's national interest, and we stand on our own 2 feet. And I have said very clearly, we cooperate with China where we can, we disagree where we must, but we engage in our national interest.
The country's deputy prime minister also weighed in, saying the Australian government is not about to make common cause with China in any contest going on in the world. and that Australia has its own interests and will focus on diversifying its trade relationships. The politicians were responding to the Chinese ambassador to Australia's overture to unite against the U.S. in response to tariffs. Most countries are in the same position as Australia with the 10% tariff on exports to the U.S., while China now has a 125% tariff. President Trump said the heavy tariff is due to China's lack of respect for the world markets. Russian-American Ksenia Karelina has been released from a Russian prison. She was serving a 12-year prison sentence. Karelina was found guilty last year of treason by a Russian court for donating $50 to a U.S.-based charity providing humanitarian support to Ukraine. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said on X early this morning that Karelina had been released and was on her way to the United States. He wrote on X, quote, "American Karelina is on a plane back home to the United States. She was wrongfully detained by Russia for over a year, and President Trump secured her release." He said the president would continue to work for all the release of Americans. Russian state news agency said Karelina was exchanged for Arthur Petrov, a dual Russian-German citizen. He was being held in the U.S. on charges of criminal offenses related to export control violations, smuggling, wire fraud, and money laundering. The United Arab Emirates Ministry of Foreign Affairs confirmed the exchange happened in Abu Dhabi today. The U.S. and Ukraine continue to hash out the details of a minerals deal between the two nations. Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister spoke in Brussels today, saying any agreement would have to be consistent with Kyiv's existing comments.
The technical consultations between the teams from the Justice and Economy Ministries will take place tomorrow in Washington. And I'm not in a position, to reveal any details because the meeting will only take place tomorrow. I will be able to comment tomorrow. But one thing I can confirm for sure that nothing in the agreement can be negotiated with Ukraine in a way that will undermine the existing commitments and obligations Ukraine has, including the financial ones within Ukraine facility, macro-financial assistance, IMF cooperation.
President Donald Trump is seeking a minerals deal with Ukraine as part of a push to end the war. The president has said he also sees an agreement as a way to recover billions of dollars spent on military assistance to Kyiv. The Trump administration has presented a more expansive draft for the deal, revising its original proposal. Ukraine is home to a range of rare earth metals, including uranium, lithium, and titanium. Military officials are testifying before the Senate Armed Services Committee on National Security in the Indo-Pacific region. Let's tune into the hearing.
What we've got to understand is that they've done some things. There's been strategic movement. There's been operational maneuver, that they're learning some things, but it's the technology that's coming back in that is a threat to the Republic of Korea and the world.
Wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen, very much.
Thank you, Senator Ernst. Senator King, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. General Brunson, without our presence on the
microphone,
without our presence on the Korean Peninsula, would Kim invade the South?
Sir, I would tell you that I don't believe he would. But what I would tell you is he would take advantage of other weapons and systems that he has, conventional, to limit the Republic of Korea's great growth that's taken place over the past 75 years. I think that if we look at the hardening that's occurred on his border at the present time, the fences have been raised, mines have been seeded in the demilitarized zone. I think that what we see is
why is he doing that? Is there any threat that the South Koreans are going to invade North Korea?
Sir, I think it's as much about the things that he's broadcast in open source, that he is a sovereign nation. He's not looking to work at reunification. He's blown up all the means of industry in the DMZ.
I thought you said in your opening testimony he's not talking about reunification. He's talking about one whole country. Doesn't that imply an invasion of the South?
No, sir. He considers himself sovereign north of the MDL, sir, which he claims is his southern boundary now.
So he's accepted the boundary, in which case if you testified he wouldn't invade, then why are we there?
I think it's, Senator, I don't think it's a matter of whether he'll invade or not. I think that these intentions to cordon off North Korea could very well be temporary. And so to say, will he invade or won't he invade, we're talking about probabilities. With the loss of the force on the Korean Peninsula, there's a higher probability that he would invade.
Well, that was my expectation when I asked that question. I would assume that if we weren't there, it would encourage him to take steps to try to cripple the South.
I think it's essential. We have a treaty ally. It's the number 10 economy in the world. Our economies are very much intertwined. KJU's intentions could shift with the wind. And he's built a military that is designed to impose tremendous costs directly on South Korea. It's very important we maintain that deterrent posture.
I agree. And to the extent that the South Korean economy is somehow affected or diminished, that would be against our interest because of the relationship that we have.
Yes, Senator, and I misheard you, so please forgive me. But as I mentioned previously, 2,100 U.S. countries tied to the Republic of South Korea, 450,000 jobs as well.
Thank you. This is sort of an intelligence question, General Brunson, but I know you have intelligence. Do the North, I didn't mean that the way it sounded. I know you have access to intelligence assets. How's that? Better, yeah. Do the North Koreans know the extent to which they're being screwed by the regime? And we've all seen the famous picture of no lights in North Korea, and South Korea is full of energy and prosperity. Do the North Koreans have any inkling of the way that they're being their opportunities in life are being diminished by this regime?
Senator, I would answer that, having fully listened to the question, that I might answer it correctly this time. I would fully answer that by looking at the forces that they sent to Ukraine, to that fight. Absolutely dyed-in-the-wool ideologues who are tied to and believe in that regime that exists there. I think a great many of the people are not witting to what's going on there, but the elites, as long as he maintains control of the elites. There was a recent article that talked about the things that he's doing to circumvent sanctions and other things to continue to bring luxury goods into his country. And as long as
those luxury goods don't go to the people.
No, sir. The point I'm making is that as long as he can sort of provide a palliative to the elites, the other folks won't. There's no way that they get communications in or out. One of the things that was coming from the NGOs going to the North was radios. And those things then begat, feces balloons and garbage balloons back to the South. So I would say that the rank and file, everyday people, other than those within his special operations units, are not witting to anything outside of their country.
That certainly is my impression. Admiral, final question. If we pulled back in terms of our support for Ukraine, would that incentivize Japan, South Korea to develop their own capacity, including a nuclear capacity?
Senator, I'm ignorant of the policy. I don't know the policy that's going on. It's another theater. But I'll say that Russian failure...
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Ukraine? I meant Taiwan.
Okay.
If we withdrew our support from Taiwan, would that incentivize Japan and South Korea to develop an independent capacity, including the possibility of nuclear weapons?
My assessment is yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Admiral, go ahead and answer that question with regard to Ukraine.
So without, I'm in the Indo-Pacific, so I don't have perfect knowledge of the ongoing. But my assessment, and it's to a very deep extent backed in the intel record, is that Russian failure and or Russian success has the effect of deterring or emboldening the People's Republic of China, and they've already taken notice of the tremendous costs that Russia has endured.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you for that, because that's a question I would have asked if I'd had another 10 seconds. Thank you.
And it only took us 59 seconds. Thank you very much. Senator Scott, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank both of you for what you do. Thank you for the men and women you serve with. So, Admiral Paparo, how much of your time do you spend trying to anticipate or counter actions by Communist China?
Senator Scott, that consumes my duties, which is a constant stare, the constant analysis of intelligence sources, of open source sources, and then the physical movement on the ground to be able to see and understand, to anticipate, and to be able to pace their actions that look to coerce Taiwan and to bring, to demonstrate the prospect of settling the matter by force. And number two, their encroachment on treaty allies in the Philippines, as well encroachment on partners in the South China Sea with their excessive and illogical claims in their 9-dash line claim.
And their continuing ability to, build ships, airplanes, weapons, all these things, does that cause you to spend more time and money?
Yes, sir, absolutely. They built combatants at the rate of 6 to 1.8 to the United States. And I could go through every force element that we're talking about.
Before they joined the World Trade Organization and before we allowed them to basically sell whatever they wanted to this country, did they have a military that you had to spend a lot of time worrying about?
Just by dint of the weight of the civilization, we worried about it. We've had to worry about this now for since 1949, but it's step level change. In the last 20 years, they've increased their military 10 to 15-fold.
All right. So if they didn't have the economy they have, which is completely created by selling goods and services to the American citizens, they would not have the resources that you would have to spend your time and money to try to counteract.
The society has grown greatly. That was a matter of design for the international community, but unanticipated was the aggression and the buildup that followed.
So your life would be better if no American bought any Chinese product or used any service, and no American dollar went to communist China.
I'll say that China's inability to pump resources into its national defense enterprise, which is bolstered by its trade position, is a direct corollary to the success of their business model.
So would you recommend American citizens stop buying Chinese products and stop using Chinese services?
I'd recommend that we build greater resilience and that we beat them on market principles. And so I don't want to go beyond my remit as a military officer.
All right. Let's talk about naval readiness and specifically the C-130s. The Marine Corps and Air Force are 100% recapitalized on the C-130s. The Navy needs over 30 C-130s and yet to program for this critical tactical airlift platform. The Navy now, I think, only has one under contract. Does that concern you? Should we be doing something about it?
As discussed with Senator Ernst, sustainment is, in fact, what won the Second World War. That's what our would-be adversaries believe and have studied. And everything that confers to our ability to execute lift, and C-130 is one of a kind. With its short field operations, with its capacity, it remains absolutely relevant and indispensable today. And we can't neglect it. It's a key priority for Indo-PACOM.
Do you think there is a role for dual-use uncrewed airlift capabilities in a contested logistics environment?
I think, the precepts of unmanned is never send a human being to do something that a machine can do. And so inherently, we're moving in that direction. And I'd welcome the ability to execute that lift. And it would also give me the ability to diversify the places that we do, bringing smaller payloads into simultaneously smaller maneuvering units, and would enhance our ability to sustain by the speed it would confer.
General Mahoney testified before the Readiness Subcommittee that only 13 of 32 amphibious ships are ready. How does this state of the amphibious fleet impact your ability to do your job?
The amphibious fleet is indispensable. The whole principle of sustaining and moving a force, ships exist to move people, mass, and energy from one place to the other place efficiently. And our amphibious force is under-resourced and not ready enough.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for your service and for being here today. Admiral Paparo, I think I understood you to say in your opening statement that we must be active across the information environment. So One of the things that's happened in the last month is that we have we've pulled the plug on Voice of America and Radio Free Asia. We had a hearing in the Foreign Relations Committee earlier this year where it was pointed out to us that China is spending over $1 billion a year, billion with a B, on information systems and efforts to provide mis- and disinformation across the region and across the world. So what are we doing to counter that? And how does the loss of something like Radio Free Asia affect our ability to counter what the PRC is doing?
China and its political works division and its United Front is incredibly active, effective, and untruthful in the information space. And the delivery of truthful information really bolstered by free speech, having respect for everybody and everybody's ability to discern truth from lies is absolutely vital. We do have an effort that is companion, that is where Special Operations Command is nested within this unit with their capabilities to execute information operations, but it's focused in the military space as it should be, given the fact that we're in the military. But in my opinion, we must work hard to counter PRC misinformation and disinformation, and our own principles of free speech greatly enable us to have faith in people to be able to suss out truth from lies.
And can you talk about why that matters when we're talking about military conflict?
It matters because in order for us to achieve the effects of expanded maneuver, our network of alliances and partnerships is the strategic center of gravity of the United States of America. And so inherently, because governments are accountable to the people they serve, that public opinion will have a great bearing on whether or not those allies and partners are a party to enable a coalition, because the bigger the coalition, the greater legitimacy, the greater capability, the greater access, spacing, and overflight.
Thank you. Clearly, we need to do better. General Brunson, South Korea and Japan recently renewed negotiations with the PRC toward free trade talks that had been stalled since 2012. I'm concerned that the tariffs that have been announced and withdrawn, then announced and withdrawn, are pushing our allies toward closer trade and integration with countries like China, and that poses security risk. So from an integration and cooperation perspective, do you see any challenges that would be posed by renewed economic talks between China and our closest allies in Asia?
Ma'am, I'll answer by what I'm seeing on the peninsula right now. My concerns would be, my hackles would raise, if you will, and I'll allow my boss to answer for the wider region. But if we were not continuing to move along the pathway for the bilaterally agreed upon OPCON transfer, if we weren't able to move on that path by way of economic challenges facing the nation, that would bother me. If we had impacts that led to lessening human and procedural interoperability coupled with technological interoperability being lost, that would concern me.
And I think Admiral Paparo made a very good case on the economic circumstances earlier in response to Senator Cotton's question. But I want to ask a follow-up on this with respect to the political dynamics in the Republic of Korea, which you referred to in your opening testimony. And the democratic process is playing out, but we expect an election. And are there concerns that, depending on the outcome of that election, it will affect our relationship with ROK?
Ma'am, the realities of the region, where Korea sits, the adversaries which they can impose cost upon, is going to keep us in good stead going forward.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you very much. Senator Budd.
Thank you, Chairman. And again, thank you all both for being here. Good to see you again. So last weekend, a fresh rotation of fighter units arrived at Kadena Air Base, including the 336 Fighter Squadron from Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. Can you speak to their mission while deployed and how they fit into the larger strategy, Admiral?
Senator Budd, good morning. Kadeen Air Force Base and the wing there is a critical mobile dynamic capability that is just not fixed in Kadena, but has the ability to move throughout the area of responsibility under the principles of agile combat employment. And so this is our on-point contact layer, immediate ability to impose costs, immediate ability to achieve ephemeral air superiority in the AOR, and it's a foundation on which the larger forces that would flow in the event of a conflict rests. And the Fifth Air Force, of course, is the headquarters in Yokota, with the wing in Massawa and the wing in Kadena. So it's absolutely crucial.
Thank you for that. And heaven forbid, I mean, we hope this never happens, but should deterrence fail in the region, does the Strike Eagle have a role to play that can't be accomplished by other fighters, Admiral?
Yes, sir, it does. And I mean, with F-15EX coming on board and with what that portends, with its dominant electronic warfare capability, in addition to the already dominant elements of range, speed, sensors, and payload of the mighty Eagle, former Eagle pilot myself on exchange, but without being a homer for it, indispensable.
Thank you for that. Now, switch gears a little bit. Can you both elaborate on the demand for our special operations forces and how you're currently resourced to meet those demands? And General, we'll start with you in Korea.
Sir, Special Operations Command Korea is augmented within our headquarters by some very particular intelligence assets, I would call them, that help us to best see, sense, and understand on the peninsula itself. SOC Corps is commanded presently by a one-star National Guard officer, very capable formation in terms of ensuring that our partners around the region, not just the Koreans, but all forces that come to the peninsula to train, maintain great awareness of not only the region, but the discrete activities that might occur should they need to happen. Most recently in the West Sea, we're able to, during Freedom Shield, conduct an air assault. While being in the daytime, it allowed us to take the Korean forces and bring them to a higher state of readiness than they'd achieved previously.
Thank you, General. Admiral, you've talked about previously being underinvested in SOF. Do you care to expand on that?
Yeah, Senator. Currently, we have a counter-terror operation that's ongoing in the South Philippine Islands, Operation Pacific Eagle. In addition, the Special Operations Forces are a critical contributor to our counter command control, information surveillance, reconnaissance, and targeting efforts. In addition, Special Operations Forces are actively augment and are a part of our intelligence collection. And this is all notwithstanding the immediate ability to do some of the more traditional roles as direct action. And so I've been working closely with General Fenton on this to be able to define to him exactly how much Special Operations Forces that we have. But I believe that we want, and well, I know I want, and we need more. And I can gain a lot of early leverage and a lot of deterrent capability with more SOF.
Thank you, Admiral. General, does the increased military cooperation between DPRK, Russia, and China concern you as it relates to containing escalation on the Korean Peninsula? And if so, what does that mean for the role of SOF in prevention?
Well, it does worry me. It worries me by virtue of the fact of the things that I'm seeing that SOF helps us to see, whether that be with them operating their own UAS or whether that's them doing operations in the region. Most recently during Freedom Shield, we saw Chinese ships violate and come across the northern limit line in the West Sea. And in the East Sea, we had violation of the Korean Air Defense Identification Zone. by the Russians, and seeing them work together along with the information, what was going on in the information environment, SOF helps me to counter some of those things. Because what happened was North Korea said, hey, they need to stop these illegal exercises, working together with the U.S. and the ROC coming together. And then you had these two other adversaries take actions in the region which have to be countered. And I don't mean countered in a kinetic fashion, but there are non-kinetic things that SOC core allows us to do that we might counter in the information space and other domains to continue on with our mission.
Thank you both. Thank you, Senator Budd. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to our witnesses. Admiral Papar, I'd like to direct this question to you. The discussion has had an awful lot, as it should, about North Korea, about China. I want to ask you about the cooperation that we're seeing some of our adversaries engage in. So in the Indo-PACOM, talk about joint activities between Russia, China, and North Korea, and the growing closeness of the relationship and the threats that pose to the work that we do with our allies.
Morning, Senator Kane. It's a transactional symbiosis where each state fulfills the other state's weakness to mutual benefit of each state. For instance, is that China has provided 70% of the machine tools and 90% of the legacy chips that's enabled Russia to rebuild its war machine. And then coming back to China is potentially submarine quieting help, as well as other help in some of the areas where Russia is strong. In addition, you've got the North Korea that are sending thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of artillery shells and thousands of KN-24 short-range missiles to Russia with, as General Brunson said, the expectations of concessions coming back in the form of air defense, surface-to-air missile help, quieting terror, to help with their Kilo submarine fleet, and so forth. And then finally, in the physical space this last summer, I saw the longest range joint patrol of PLA Navy and Russian Pacific Fleet formation in the Bering Sea. And so they're deepening their ability to operate together, and they're demonstrating that by going further afield and in bigger formations.
Quickly, I just would like to ask for your impression of the importance of the AUKUS framework in the Indo-Pacific.
AUKUS is it's going to confer a generational advantage on both countries, but I cherish the advantage it confers on the United States of America. And so, I'll say, first of all, the ability to operate out of Sterling in submarine rotational force west in Sterling gives the American submarine force an Indian Ocean port. It gives us the ability to range the Indian Ocean without limitation in the Straits of Malacca, the Lombok, or the Sunda Strait. It's a straight shot to the South China Sea, closer and faster than Hawaii, San Diego, Bangor, Maine, and then Australia's contribution into the Defense Industrial Base. $3 billion investment in the submarine defense industrial base.
Yeah, imagine Congress having that debate about whether we would invest $3 billion in the Australian workforce. It would be a very tough discussion here.
It'd be worth it, though.
It'd be worth it, but the fact that the Australian Parliament made that investment in the U.S. workforce demonstrates the degree to which they're concerned about China. Let me just do one last thing here. I have filed a resolution with a number of my colleagues to turn off the global tariffs imposed by the president last week, which are now somewhat on pause. There's still a 10% tariff. I'm not going to ask you about the policy, but I just want to point out one of the reasons I filed the motion. Primarily, it's because it's a tax increase on American consumers, but I don't think we should treat allies badly. Use Australia as an example. You've talked about how AUKUS is very important. The president has imposed a tariff on Australia. We have a trade surplus with Australia. Not a deficit. We have a trade surplus with Australia. So why put a tariff on their products? How about other allies? Japan, 25% tariff on Japan. Why 25%? The measure of the tariff was not Chinese trade barriers. It was the trade deficit that we have with Japan. measured by deficit in goods. It did not include the full trade picture, goods and services. If you add in services, all these trade deficits actually get narrow because the U.S. is such a great exporter of services. But even if there's a trade deficit in goods with Japan, of course there is. The trade deficit is we buy more of their stuff than they buy of our stuff. Our population's 3 times the size of the Japanese population. So yes, we buy more Japanese goods with 340 million people than 120 million people buy of American goods. And so we're going to punish them for that? It makes no sense. The primary reason I'm filed the challenge is because I don't want to tax American consumers with a big national sales tax. But the tariff strategy that punishes allies is no way to be strong in an international world where the U.S. has built allies over decades that provide some of our greatest edge, qualitative edge, against our adversaries. So that's just an editorial comment, but thank you for your appearance.
It surely is. Under the First Amendment, you are entitled to that. But I didn't hear a question, so we'll move along to Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, although I do endorse my colleague from Virginia's editorial statement. Admiral Paparo, General Brunson, thank you for being here today and for sharing your assessment of our posture, capabilities, and readiness in the Indo-Pacific, one of my major priorities. Everyone knows I am Transcom's biggest advocate, so I can't go through a posture hearing like this without asking questions about the logistical environment that we will face if our nation's darkest days comes and we must fight a war in the Pacific. Preparing for the logistical realities of large-scale conflict is not only critical for the fight tonight scenario, but it is also key to deterrence. We must demonstrate to our adversaries that we have the capability to sustain a fight, if necessary, even as they seek to contest that, to make it clear that such a war would be costly for all of us. And I applaud both your efforts to improve the logistical readiness of the force and with our allies and partners, but I do think there's more to do. And I'd just start off with medical readiness. We must improve our ability to provide life-saving care to wounded service members, including the regional hospital access and effective aeromedical evacuation. We have partners in the ROK, in Thailand, and the Philippines that have medical facilities that meet U.S. hospital certification standards. Those are opportunities for us to develop those relationships. The Indo-Pacific's vast distances, logistical challenges, and maritime environment present a much less permissive environment than for the medical mission than the global war on terror did. And as I've said before, long gone is the golden hour, and we must do comprehensive planning to ensure that our warfighters have foreign medical facility access in the Indo-Pacific. This is why I secured a provision in the fiscal year 25 NDAA to establish an Indo-Pacific medical readiness program. Admiral Paparo, General Brunson, as you implement this program, what are the primary barriers that hinder the necessary medical cooperation, and how can this committee help as you begin that effort?
Morning, Senator Duckworth. I strongly endorse your viewpoint, and also, too, I strongly endorse what's essentially a concept of operation within what you're saying, which is put the medical expertise of our allies and partners to ensure that that can augment what our own medical providers can execute. And so one is a medevac capability in order to get to the location, the agreements to do so, the ability to practice and exercise so it's not the first time that we do it if the unforgiving hour comes. And so I think some of the barriers are physical, and that is lift, medical lift, medevac lift, and then some of the barriers are I should say, authorities. Mm-hmm. And we'd hope for more authorities to be able to broaden our ability to plan for this, for bringing to bear the medical capabilities of our allies to care for the wounded in conflict. So thank you.
Thank you. General Brunson?
Ma'am, one of the things that you know, and I know you're full well aware of this, is our health care comes from the community.
You have the only agreement in the ROK, yep.
Yes, ma'am. So we get tremendous amounts of care there. What we're trying to do at All Good Hospital at the present time is have greater access to Profis doctors routinely. I need them to be on the peninsula in times other than crisis or conflict. In competition, we want to bring them to the peninsula so that they better understand the medical landscape and what might be required of them. We're also looking to UN Command. There are several nations that provided hospitals during the Korean conflict. We want the Italians to come back with their hospitals again. We want the Dutch to come back with their hospitals again as well. And those things we think we then provide to the greater Indo-PACOM family that we might be another resource used in time of conflict.
Thank you. I want to pivot to the critical platforms we need to project and sustain forces in a contested logistical environment, especially our sea lift fleet. Admiral Paparo, do you agree that Indo-PACOM would benefit from the ability to surge replacements of naval auxiliary vessels or to conduct battle damage maintenance of these vessels within the region, closer to the point of need?
Strongly, I urge for that, Senator.
Because I am concerned that in a war, naval auxiliary vessels would be easy targets. I mean, we're going to have to fight our way in and fight our way out. And what can we do to help you with that effort?
Well, as we enhance our protection capability, we enhance our ability to see, understand the operational environment, to build windows of opportunity to execute, sustainment capability, 9 classes of supply, medical, and so forth. In those areas. And so first is just the quantities of TAKEs, AOs, the quantity of gray tails, C-17s, tankers. That's critical, and then the ability to exercise it. So
what about co-sustainment with our allies like Japan or the ROK of those vessels? Because they certainly have the capabilities, especially the auxiliary vessels.
When we game this, we frequently rely on one another to do this. And then while operating at sea, sometimes actually the necessity of having one leads us to use a Japanese oiler or for an American oiler to refuel a coalition ship. And so we have to be able to sum all of the sustainment capability among us, have the authorities to do so we can turn to it with alacrity. But I would be more comfortable with our own ability to contribute to that effort with U.S. capability.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The momentary substitute chair recognizes Senator Rosen.
Well, thank you, momentary substitute chair. Thank you, actual chair, Senator Wicker, and of course, Ranking Member Reed, holding, of course, really important hearing. I want to thank Admiral Paparo, General Brunson, for your service, for your support and your care and everything that you do. Thank you. Thank you. So I want to talk a little bit about attacks on digital infrastructure by the PRC. So, Admiral, our growing concern about the vulnerability of Taiwan's digital infrastructure is highlighted by the frequent attempted sabotage of undersea internet cables. These events are part of a larger trend of gray zone operations where actions short of war, often involving non-military forces or proxies, are used to exert pressure or destabilize regions. The PRC's reckless, coercive, and aggressive activities pose a threat to democracies around the globe, and its sabotage of those undersea cables has emerged as a particularly alarming tactic. These cables are essential for our global communications, transmitting around 95% of global internet traffic. They facilitate financial transactions, bolster our security, the security of our partners and allies. Admiral, while some experts view incidents like the damage to Taiwan's undersea cables as merely a test or low-level enhancement, others warn they could be part of a broader Chinese strategy to prepare for future coercion or even invasion of Taiwan. So given this, what do you see as the actual threat these incidents pose to U.S. national security, and what steps is the U.S. taking to effectively counter these digital threats?
Senator Rosen, as ever, you're quite astute in identifying this threat. Most certainly, that's an element of the intention and an element of the design. They would do so likely with People Armed Forces Maritime Militia, which enables them to execute this operation without potentially signaling an intent to go to war, but by weakening the information enterprise of the states over whom they're executing aggression. And I think the first is that the ability to penetrate from an intelligence standpoint, and to be there in the locations where they would be otherwise cutting those cables in order to deter that activity. Second of all is the resilience to have other redundant networks that enable those states and their partners, including the United States, Guam, Hawaii, and so forth, to achieve what we need to do in the information environment, and that's proliferation in low Earth orbit, and not just one single constellation, but multiple constellations.
Talk about how we can help Taiwan bolster its digital infrastructure. What do you think we can do to help them be sure?
Yeah, I think training them to be able to, I shouldn't say training them, but enabling them to build that resiliency that's required, that if we're unsuccessful in our efforts to thwart their cable cutting, that there are other spectra and other means for information technology, so they have the proper bandwidth to prioritize those functions that they have to within that bandwidth and latency that you get out of low Earth orbit, middle Earth orbit, among the many commercial constellations that are going into orbit.
Thank you. I'm going to talk a little bit about North Korean support to Russia, because we see a growing alliance between North Korea and Russia, particularly in the context of the ongoing war in Ukraine. It presents new challenges for us in the United States and, of course, for our allies. So we know North Korea providing troops and munitions to Russia, and the partnership has potential to fuel the conflict and challenge the global order. It raises concerns about the effectiveness of existing diplomatic strategies and economic sanctions. So to both of you, the partnership between North Korea and Russia poses a serious threat to global stability. So in each of your views, how should the U.S. respond to North Korea's military assistance to Russia? And what diplomatic or military strategies should we pursue to prevent further destabilization, not just there, but within the international community? So General, we'll start with you.
All right, Senator, one of the things that we have to do is what we're doing presently. We've got forces there on the peninsula that can impose costs on them. We also maintain lines to continue communication so that we might not have miscalculation in the region writ large, whether that be on the MDL or across the northern limit line in the West Sea. I think that we have to continue to try to communicate out, but make sure that we're always prepared in the event of a miscalculation.
Thank you.
Senator, hundreds of thousands of artillery shells, thousands of KN-24 missiles, and manpower is leaving North Korea with the intent of gaining a concession back. And so first, exposure in the international community is one, which is to not be shy about exposing this naked aggression, using all instruments of national power to impose costs on individuals to find to build the deterrent from this activity. And then, as General Brunson has talked about earlier, being wary of what is coming back, and to be able to be in generations of overmatch with what's coming back, if it's submarine quieting, if it's air defense, if it's missile technology. And so, it's an area we need to work really hard.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yield back.
Thank you very much. Senator Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral, great to see you again. I enjoyed our visit in my office last week. And we talked about SLCM quite a bit, but I wanted to ask you in this setting, SLCM, as we talked about, will be one of the best tools to deter China in the Pacific. But can you talk a little bit about the capability gaps that it fills, why it's so important in Indo-PACOM?
Good morning, Senator. First, I'm a strong advocate of SLCM at the soonest possibility, just because of the doubt that it imposes, the potential to execute tactically. Presently, there is a gap between low tonnage and high tonnage, on which the United States, that gap is a critical vulnerability from 400 kilotons and below. And it gives us a choice of either suicide or surrender when we have to default straight to strategic weapons. So it gives us the ability to close that asymmetry. It also imposes doubt throughout the force and would change the calculus of aggression inherently just because of the nature of those weapons. We use nuclear weapons every single day because they deter. And it's and we use them by not using them, by having them be a potential deterrent. And I'm quoting Dr. Brad Roberts on that, who's quite expert.
Can you talk for a minute? How does that affect the Chinese mindset, their decision making? How does it deter them?
It raises the costs and the implications of attacking any unit because it raises the stakes. And so inherently, it provides more stability on each side because there's not an asymmetry to exploit.
As you know, last year's NDAA directed the Navy and the NNSA to deploy SLICM-N no later than 2034. That's 9 years from now. Part of that delay came from the Biden administration saying that SLICM-N wasn't needed. Do you agree that there needs to be stability and a commitment from Congress, the DoD, and the Navy to SLICM-N to speed up that process and get it here before the 2034 deadline?
I agree. 2034 is too late. Sooner, please.
Good. I agree with that as well. Admiral, the Army says that it will field a long-range hypersonic weapon with the U.S. Army Pacific Forces this fall. That would be the first U.S. hypersonic weapon that we've put into the field. How will this new hypersonic capability help you deter China as well?
Senator, the nature of a hypersonic weapon is to close in time any actor's kill chain. And if your adversary can strike you 5 times faster than you can strike your enemy, then it incentivizes first strikes with this capability. And so, the coin of the realm in the 21st century is speed. Who does things faster wins. And so the ability to close distance and execute before counterfire can come, the ability to execute and then move in order to thwart counterfire, and your ability to act on ephemeral intelligence for a target to be able to reduce that cycle time from find, fix, target, track to engage. Hypersonics is critical to that, and it's an asymmetry that exists right now, and we must close it soonest with both the Army's land-based convention, with all elements of hypersonics, including the Navy's conventional prompt strike, which is also not moving fast enough for my liking.
But talk about that for a minute. How much more will it help you when the Navy deploys its hypersonic weapon too?
I think it's step-level change in our ability to gain early leverage in any engagement and really any conflict.
Very good. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I think Senator Kelly is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral, you were just discussing SLICM, and I do understand the need and desire for a tactical option in theater. Certainly provides a certain level of deterrence. I get that. One concern I have with upgrading Virginia-class submarines with this capability is how it impacts the conventional kinetic effect of that submarine. Admiral, would you agree one of our areas of overmatch with the Chinese is in our submarine attack force?
Strongly agree, Senator.
Do you have any concerns about the magazine depth for conventional torpedoes if we were to add a tactical nuclear capability to Virginia-class submarines?
Inherently, it would occupy some of the vertical launch system tubes that would be in a Virginia-class submarine, so there would be a cost.
Would be a cost involved. And do you agree that the likelihood of using a tactical nuclear weapon is significantly less than the likelihood of using a conventional torpedo?
Most certainly. There'd be there'd be a very high threshold to employ it.
And are you concerned with having to take Virginia-class submarines temporarily out of the fleet and out of the AOR in order to refit this capability?
Mm-hmm. My assessment is that there are ways where we can do it quickly. However, I'd rather not lose the availability of the platform.
And how about the amount of security that would have to be put on the ship and how that affects the overall operation of the conventional attack role for the Virginia-class subs?
My assessment is we've done it before. You and I lived in that Navy, and and I'm in favor of executing it and moving fast on the security requirement.
All right. Well, thank you. I do understand the need and the deterrence factor. I am concerned that we might go down a path and we find out, especially in a conflict, that, boy, I wish we had the full, that each of these Virginia-class subs were a full-up conventional round. So thank you for that, Admiral. And General Brunson, there's recent reporting that the United States is considering withdrawing as many as 10,000 troops from Eastern Europe, which would signal to Putin our commitment to our allies and partners in that theater is waning. Additionally, EUCOM handed control of a key logistics hub in southeast Poland over to other NATO forces, again highlighting this idea of wavering U.S. commitment to our allies. And to underpin all of this, there are rumors within the DoD that the department will direct a reduction of U.S. presence in South Korea or retask these forces to focus on the threat from China. So, General Brunson, I acknowledge you cannot comment on the policy. I understand that. But from a strategic lens, what impact would a force reduction or a retasking of forces have on your ability to deter North Korean aggression?
Senator Kelly, the 28,500 troops that we have in the Republic of Korea are responsible wholly for preserving peace on the peninsula, in the region, in Northeast Asia. They are a critical component to ballistic missile defense in the region. They are a critical portion of helping the Indo-PACOM command see, sense, and understand in the north and to deter a great many adversaries. The MDT that we share with the Republic of Korea does not mention an adversary. That's always been the way it is. Should an adversary arise, the troops that are there are prepared well, along with our Korean allies, to meet any mission.
And do you feel your force is the right size?
For the missions as given, yes, Senator.
And what do you assess the impact would be to our relationship with South Korea and partners in the region if we downsize the force on the peninsula?
What I think we ought to do, Senator, is remember that there's diplomacy and defense on the peninsula currently. We share the unique focus of being able to look at our partners eye to eye. Recently received instructions to move assets. We were able to talk through those things. So we've got to make sure that we use strategic clarity to explain what is being asked of our forces.
All right. Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That would be me for right now, so I will recognize myself. Admiral Paparo, it's great to see you. Always appreciate your testimonies, very clear-eyed, to the point. So I've long been very concerned about the Chinese presence at the Panama Canal and what they might be able to do with that if, heaven forbid, something were to happen. Could you just elaborate a little bit on how the closure of that, let's just assume that would happen, the closure of that or an interruption in its availability, how that would affect the flow of both combatants and support vessels to the region?
Morning, Senator. I mean, inherently the geography, the alternative being all the way south around the Horn, that's about a 2-week transit. Think about how critical it is to get forces on front when the PRC's intention is a short, sharp war that provides a fait accompli to the international community. And so inherently, anything that slows us down over time and distance is bad for us. Now consider that all of the shipbuilding in the United States of America is east of the Panama Canal, but the preponderance of the threat is in the Pacific. And that just shows the inherent logic of the requirement for the Panama Canal as ever.
Yeah, and I think, yes, the concerns that that we had when it was, I think, mistakenly sort of given away are even more concerning now as our orientation, I think, shifts to the Indo-Pacific in a more meaningful way. General Brunson, it's good to see you. I wanted to ask you, and I know that Admiral Paparo got a question somewhat related to this, but concerns about airlift capabilities. And we don't have enough aircraft, and many of our C-130s don't have the survivability in a contested environment. Could you speak a little bit to the current limitations we would have supporting forces in the Korean Peninsula, given our current inventory?
It's just the amount of, as we look at tip-fid flows, sustainment, and those things that are required to prosecute in the KTO, it's why we've begun to move. It's a recognition of that is why we've begun to move with a combined logistics command. It's why we've begun to look at how can we set the theater now, looking at the stores of munitions, some of which will expire soon. How do we get those replaced in quick fashion so that we don't provide drain for sustainment things in order to prosecute the campaign? I'm readily aware of the fact that I'm fighting until help comes. That's what we're expected to do there, myself and the Republic of Korean forces, as well as the forces apportioned to UN command. We're fighting until they get there. So a great many of the exercises that we do, Senator, are all aimed at understanding what magazine depth needs to be resident on the peninsula so that we don't have to count on external support coming too, and so that we might not drain from the overall effort.
But it's fair to say that a lot of those plans that are being drawn to account for that are meant to address the fact that we probably don't have the inventory that we need right now. Is that fair to say?
That would be accurate. We're challenging those assumptions every day, Senator.
Right. Okay. Admiral Paparo, I wanted to go back to you. I think with it's related as far as maintenance and availability and execution in the Indo-Pacific. There was recently, I think.
Welcome to NTD News Today. Here are today's top stories. The European Union pauses retaliatory tariffs against the U.S. for 90 days, and U.S. inflation declines for the first time since September. More on the better-than-expected inflation report. China says it will stand by its position until the end. This after the U.S. imposes 125% tariffs on the communist nation. What's the impact of a trade war? Russian-American Ksenia Karelina has been released from a Russian prison. She was serving a 12-year prison sentence after a conviction for treason. The United States and Ukraine continue to hash out the details of a minerals deal. What Ukraine's prime minister has to say.
This is NTD News Today, live from our global headquarters in New York City.
Good morning. Today is Thursday, April 10th. I'm Don Ma. Russian-American Ksenia Karelina has been released from a Russian prison. She was serving a 12-year prison sentence. Karelina was found guilty last year of treason by a Russian court for donating $50 to a U.S.-based charity providing humanitarian support to Ukraine. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said on X early this morning that Karelina had been released and was on her way to the United States. He wrote on X, American Ksenia Karelina is on a plane back to the United States. She was wrongfully detained by Russia for over a year, and President Trump secured her release. He said the president will continue to work for the release of all Americans. Russian state news agency said Karelina was exchanged for Arthur Petrov, a dual Russian-German citizen. He was being held in the U.S. on charges of criminal offenses related to export control violations, smuggling, wire fraud, and money laundering. The United Arab Emirates Ministry of Foreign Affairs confirmed the exchange happened in Abu Dhabi today. The U.S. and Ukraine continue to hash out the details of a minerals deal between the two nations. Ukraine's deputy prime minister spoke today in Brussels, saying any agreement would have to be consistent with Kyiv's existing commitments.
The technical consultations between the teams from the Justice and Economy ministries will take place tomorrow in Washington. And I'm not in a position, to reveal any details because the meeting will only take place tomorrow. I will be able to comment tomorrow. But one thing I can confirm for sure that nothing in the agreement can be negotiated with Ukraine in a way that will undermine the existing commitments and obligation Ukraine has, including the financial ones within Ukraine facility, macro-financial assistance, IMF cooperation.
President Donald Trump is seeking a minerals deal with Ukraine as a part of a push to end the war. The president has said he also sees an agreement as a way to recover billions of dollars spent on military assistance to Kyiv. The Trump administration has presented a more expansive draft for the deal, revising its original proposal. Ukraine is home to a range of rare earth metals, including uranium, lithium, and titanium. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said yesterday that Ukrainian intelligence has identified 155 Chinese citizens fighting for Russia. That's after 2 Chinese nationals were captured in the country. Zelensky said the Chinese nationals captured in eastern Ukraine are in communication with investigators and are providing information on how they ended up on the front. He said Russia recruited the 2 Chinese nationals and others through ads on social media. A spokesperson for China's foreign ministry said that the claims were groundless and has continued to deny its involvement in the war. A new set of executive orders from President Trump aim to revitalize the U.S. Navy and make it easier to buy and sell weapons. Here's more on that story.
As competition with China grows, President Trump Wednesday signed an executive order to boost the U.S. shipbuilding industry. In recent years, China rapidly expanded its navy and by 2020 surpassed the U.S. as the largest naval force in the world. According to the Defense Department, the Chinese Navy has more than 370 ships and submarines in service. The U.S. has 297. Trump said Wednesday his administration is going to spend a lot on shipbuilding.
We're way, way, way behind. We used to build a ship a day, and now we don't do a ship a year practically, and we have the capacity to do it.
The new order directs the Secretary of Defense to look for ways to boost private and public investment in shipbuilding. And it isn't just the Navy. Trump's order also seeks to boost the maritime industry more broadly. In addition to building more ships, it will include a boost to U.S. merchant marine training and establish maritime prosperity zones. Or Secretary Sean Duffy said Tuesday this was going to revitalize the industry.
We don't make ships in America anymore, and so he's going to revitalize our shipbuilding industry, make sure we send our great American products around the world on American ships.
In addition, Trump signed executive orders to streamline arms sales and boost arms procurement. One order aims to modernize the acquisition of weapons and systems by updating the procurement structures at the Defense Department.
That process is ridiculous what they do. They get the highest price and not even good-looking equipment, and we're changing it. We're going to change it to the best.
A third order calls for the Departments of Defense, State, and Commerce to submit a plan for how to improve transparency around arms sales. Trump has repeatedly called on NATO allies to up their defense spending, and this order now directs the DoD and the State Department to create a list of priority partners for future sales.
President Trump was asked yesterday if he had plans to reduce the number of U.S. troops in Europe. Take a listen.
Mr. President, on the subject of U.S. troops stationed in Europe, do you have any plans to reduce the number of U.S. troops in Europe or in other NATO countries?
Well, good. I mean, it depends. We pay for military over in Europe. You know, we don't get reimbursed by much. South Korea too. So it'll be one of the things we discuss. That's unrelated to trade, but I think we'll make it part of it because it makes sense. Be nice to wrap it all up in one package for each country.
Panama said yesterday the United States recognized its sovereignty over the Panama Canal. That's as the two nations announced agreements to deepen U.S. military training in Panama. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said he sees the canal as key terrain that Panama would secure together with the U.S. and not with China.
We certainly understand that the Panama Canal is in Panama, and protecting
Panamanian sovereignty from malign influence is important, which is why when President Trump says we're taking back the Panama Canal from Chinese influence, that involves partnership with the United States and Panama.
The U.S. and Panama issued joint statements about deepening security cooperation. It reaffirms Panama's sovereignty and details new military cooperation. Hegseth said he is grateful Panama welcomed U.S. troops to conduct joint rotational exercises in the country. He said earlier this week that the U.S. will take back the Panama Canal from China's influence. Entities involved in Iran's nuclear program are facing new sanctions. The Treasury Department said yesterday the sanctions target 5 entities and 1 individual based in Iran. Those include the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran. The Treasury describes it as Iran's leading organization for research and development in nuclear technology. The new sanctions come ahead of a high-level meeting between the United States and Iran on Saturday. President Trump has said that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. A federal judge yesterday ordered the government to resume refugee admissions and reinstate funding for resettlement agencies. The International Refugee Assistance Project sued the Trump administration. They argued the government's actions violate statutory obligations approved before Trump took office. Immigration rights advocates accused the administration of defying obligations and leaving vulnerable families in limbo. Prosecutors yesterday moved to drop a gun charge against a man said to be deported to El Salvador. 24-year-old Henry Jose Villatoro Santos is based in Virginia and is accused of being an MS-13 leader. In an unusual move, his lawyer asked a judge to delay ruling on the government's motion for 2 weeks. He said there's a danger if the criminal case is dropped that Villatoro Santos will be deported and jailed in El Salvador without due process. Attorney General Pam Bondi told Fox News, quote, "As a terrorist, he will now face the removal process." 4 Chinese nationals face deportation after serving their prison sentences for being part of a $1.2 million identity theft scheme. ICE said yesterday that the Chinese nationals had entered the United States on false pretenses. The 4 defendants were sentenced to prison last month for being part of a complex identity scheme that defrauded national retailers of more than $1 million. Stores included popular beauty shops, Sephora and Ulta, as well as high-end stores such as Saks Fifth Avenue and Nordstrom. China has cooperated in the deportation of its nationals from the United States, following a nearly 2-year pause. In the past 8 months, the United States has sent 5 charter flights to China, carrying hundreds of Chinese illegal immigrants. And China says it will stand by its position until the end. This after the U.S. imposed 125% tariffs on the communist nation. What's the impact of a trade war? Stay tuned.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
I am so glad you ladies are here. You each have your own rooms.
Thank you.
Get settled in. I'll call you for dinner. Adopting teen sisters, it's a lot. Girls, you're gonna be late. You want breakfast?
No thanks, we're good.
They're always in their own world.
What'd you get there?
Twice the work. Twice the surprises.
Just try it.
But if you think of it that way, they're also twice as fulfilling.
years. Is it okay to call you Mom?
Of course you can.
Where did the time go? Somehow I lost all those years. Where did the time go? I don't know how I got here. Or how did I get here?
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
The European Union is backing off retaliatory tariffs against the United States for now. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen announced a 90-day reprieve today after President Trump temporarily lowered duties on imports. She said on X that, quote, if negotiations are not satisfactory, our countermeasures will kick in. An EU spokesperson had this to say.
We are not going to offer any greater detail at this point about what we are or are not saying to the Americans beyond what we have already said. We want to negotiate. We want to talk. We appreciate that you have brought this pause on so-called reciprocal tariffs, and we in turn are now pausing our proposed countermeasures in order that we have the maximum space to consult with our member states, consult with our industry, and negotiate with the US. We're ready to make deals. Let's talk.
The EU was due to launch counter-tariffs on about $23 billion of U.S. imports in response to Trump's 25% duties on steel and aluminum. The bloc is still assessing how to respond to American tariffs on cars and the broader 10% levies still in place. U.S. consumer prices unexpectedly fell in March, driven by falling energy prices. The Labor Department's Bureau of Labor Statistics reported the annual inflation rate declined to 2.4% from 2.8% in February. It's the lowest reading since September. On a monthly basis, the index fell by a better-than-expected 0.1%. The economy added 228,000 jobs in March, while the unemployment rate rose to 4.2%. From 4.1% in February. The market opened lower today after yesterday's record rally. S&P 500 and Nasdaq are down more than 2% in morning trading. The Dow Jones fell more than 700 points. Various countries are contacting the U.S. for tariff negotiations. This comes after a recently announced temporary pause on the new tariffs. White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett says the offers might now be presented to President Trump.
There are maybe 15 countries now that have made explicit offers that we're studying and considering and, deciding whether they're good enough to present to the president.
Hassett says administration officials will meet at the White House later today. They're set to prioritize the most important countries for trade negotiations. This comes after President Trump temporarily lowered tariffs on dozens of countries yesterday. Hassett added that he expects a lot of movement on trade deals in the next 3 or 4 weeks. He says there's a big inventory of deals that are very close to the finish line. Walmart's shares rose nearly 10% yesterday after maintaining its sales outlook while promising to keep prices low for customers. In its investment community meeting yesterday, the retail giant reaffirmed its previous guidance of 3 to 4% sales growth for the first quarter of 2025. Walmart's chief financial officer framed the tariffs as an opportunity to gain market share, while stating it's still too early to determine how the new tariffs would affect the company. He also reminded investors that more than 2/3 of what the company sells in the U.S. is made, grown, or assembled domestically. And joining us now to discuss the impact of a trade war with China is Adam Savitt, Director, China Policy Initiative, AFPI. So Adam, good morning to you. Can you talk to us here? What will be the impact if we see a full-blown trade war with the U.S., between the U.S. and China?
Well, I think in a way we're there, or we're well on the way, because as we impose these tariffs, the 34% up to the 84%, up to the 125, China seems to be responding in kind, or at least responding in kind with the exception of those 20% fentanyl tariffs at the beginning. So, there's speculation here, especially that now that President Trump has given a 90-day reprieve to all the other countries besides China, that we may be entering a period of rapid decoupling, or in the period of Biden, it was more de-risking. Basically, generally, we stayed economically engaged, but there were controls, export controls, as well as investment controls, trade controls on the highest tech, on the semiconductors, on the quantum computing. But now we are moving into an age where serious decoupling, even on mid-level and lower-level economic goods, may be coming into effect. And it will be a disruption. Now, will there be a recession? There's disagreement. Goldman Sachs predicted at the peak of these tariffs that 45% chance we'd be in a recession. Now that President Trump has pressed that button and given that 90-day reprieve for all countries except China, they're down to 35% and shrinking. So at this point, though, it's a lot of speculation.
So if the U.S. imports more from China than China imports from the U.S., would it stand to reason that U.S. consumers will be hurt more by tariffs if it increases prices?
Well, I think U.S. consumers, by definition, at least in the short term, would be hurt more by prices. But in the long term, as well as regarding how long each country can sustain it, I think by definition, China is more fragile because, they only import about 1/3 of the goods that they export to the United States. And therefore, they have less leverage with these tit-for-tat tariffs that they're putting into place. But yes, in the shorter term, American consumers will be hurt more because they're consuming more. But in effect, this will come down to the businesses. This will come down to the importers as far as the prices that they set in the United States. If they can be creative and they can find other supply chains quickly in third countries, or perhaps even starting up American supply chains, if they're more flexible in that sense, then they can get around that. And ultimately, the prices for us as American consumers may not change so radically. So, but to summarize, yes, American consumers are more vulnerable, but China as a nation, depending on those exports to American consumers, I would argue, is more vulnerable.
Okay, let's talk about businesses. I would imagine smaller businesses will have fewer options in terms of moving its imports from China to other countries. Are we going to see maybe smaller businesses closing down, laying off its employees? What's going to happen there?
I would agree. Again, by definition, the smaller businesses would have more trouble just because economies of scale, or the amount that they're importing, the deals that they can make. It's hard to make a macro prediction there, but I would just say the odds are that smaller businesses would be affected more. I would say.
Okay, how would it affect the global economy? A full-blown U.S.-China trade war?
I think at least temporarily it would sort of bifurcate, sort of two spheres that overlap, but in many ways they're separate as far as U.S. and their allies and, our fellow relatively capitalistic and consensual democratic countries. There's been a lot of talk about this to create a new WTO, or a smaller construct of countries who are like-minded and can be sort of their own trade ecosystem. And on the other side, China and its allies, or I hesitate to say allies because really I don't think China has any earnest allies. They really have sort of partners that they've bought off, or they sort of flooded their markets, or they've influenced them through their Belt and Road Initiative policies. So they're sort of tied to China. But in any case, those two blocks may sort of split off, and we may see a bipolar or multipolar trade axes as opposed to the global free trade that we've seen in recent decades.
So I've talked to other people about this, and they say China does not have the cards to fight the U.S. To the end in this kind of trade war. I'm wondering, where would China be economically speaking on the other side of the war if it indeed fights the U.S. to the end of this war?
I would absolutely agree with that. And again, back to the fundamentals that they depend more on exports to us than our exports to them. And they're already sort of maxed out with what the government can do with the priming the pump, with subsidizing the real estate sector, with subsidizing their provincial and local governments who are in debt. Of course, the longer term trends of their workforce declining as their birth rate declines, worker to retiree ratio getting worse, unemployment getting higher. They just don't have the cash to pump into their economy. They've already really leveraged it. And their overproduction is also a problem driven by government subsidies. They don't have many places to turn. Yes. So I'd say in the longer term, our economy, it may be painful for the average person. It may be painful for certain sectors and certain businesses. But in general, we certainly are better positioned.
Can you talk to us about what leverage China has in this trade war? Could China weaponize its dominance in critical materials like rare earths or lithium?
I'm glad you bring it up. I mean, I think that's coming into focus, that is the biggest leverage they have, because, that it's an important sector, but as far as the overall economy, it's not a huge percentage of the economy, but it is, as it says in the name, critical minerals. It's minerals that are critical to industries, that are critical to our defense production, which already is sort of a very sensitive area, and they've already weaponized it. I believe starting in the summer of 2023, they first put controls on gallium and germanium and graphite, and their first response to the fentanyl-based 10% tariffs that Trump put in earlier in the year were included critical mineral exports. So I think they'll continue to do that, and they do dominate the supply chains from the mining in Africa to the refining either in Africa or back in China, and they control they stockpile and they basically control the prices and the exports.
Okay, final question. How sustainable is this level of tension between the world's two largest economies, triple-digit tariffs?
It's not sustainable, and that's sort of the point. We'll see how long it goes on, but that, I believe, is President Trump's objective and point, is to come eventually to some sort of reconciliation. So I'd say by design, it is not sustainable, and just in fact, it is not sustainable because, I said earlier, maybe there would be splits into blocks, but trading blocks, but that would be temporary because at some point these economies need to interact on some level, and as we've already discussed, I think that the U.S. is in a better position to dictate relatively what that deal would look like or what that understanding would look like.
Well, all right, Adam, thank you very much for your insight today.
Thanks a lot.
And China said it would immediately restrict imports of Hollywood films in retaliation for the escalation of U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods. For 3 decades, China has shown 10 Hollywood movies a year, but revenue model was already not in Hollywood's favor. Chris Fenton wrote the book, Feeding the Dragon, Inside the $1 Trillion Dilemma Facing Hollywood, the NBA, and American Business. He said Hollywood films have accounted for just 5% of the overall box office intake in the Chinese market. On top of that, China taxes those films 50% before any revenue goes back to the U.S. Other foreign markets give Hollywood studios double that amount. On China's all-time box office list, only one foreign film ranks in the top 20, and that is Avengers Endgame, with revenues of nearly $580 million. Australia's Prime Minister said Australia will not join hands with the Chinese regime when it comes to rejecting U.S. tariffs. He said Australia has its own voice.
Minister, will Australia join hands with China, as the ambassador has suggested, against tariffs?
We engage with all countries, but we stand up for Australia's national interest, and we stand on our own 2 feet. And I have said very clearly, we cooperate with China where we can, we disagree with where we must, but we engage in our national interest.
The country's deputy prime minister also weighed in, saying the Australian government is not about to make common cause with China in any contest going on in the world, and that Australia has its own interests and will focus on diversifying its trade relationships. The politicians were responding to the Chinese ambassador to Australia's overture to unite against the U.S. in response to tariffs. Most countries are in the same position as Australia, with a 10% tariff on exports to the U.S., while China now has a 125% tariff. President Trump said the heavy tariff is due to China's lack of respect for the world's markets. Finding common ground in Washington, D.C. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer struck a diplomatic tone yesterday on President Trump's trade policies. Despite disagreements, she laid out several shared priorities with the administration and called for bipartisan cooperation to bolster American manufacturing.
Here's where President Trump and I do agree. We do need to make more stuff in America. More cars and chips. More steel and ships. We do need fair trade. No state has lived through the consequences of offshoring and outsourcing more than Michigan. Strategic reindustrialization must be a bipartisan project that spans multiple presidential administrations.
Michigan's economy is closely linked to the auto industry, which is tied to countries like Canada and Mexico. Governor Whitmer said she's not opposed to tariffs outright, but added that it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. Also yesterday, Whitmer met with President Trump for the second time in less than a month. She stood in the Oval Office as the president signed several executive orders. Trump said he's working with state leaders to protect Lake Michigan and keep a National Guard base there open.
We're honored to have Gretchen Whitmer from Michigan, great state of Michigan. And she's really done an excellent job and a very good person.
Whitmer also addressed the current state of U.S.-China relations. She said both political parties need to work together to bring jobs, investment, and supply chain back to the United States. Trump said yesterday he does not want to see U.S. steel falling into Japanese hands. The president appeared to oppose Nippon Steel's $14 billion bid for its American rival.
Because China was dumping massive amounts of steel in my first term, and I put tariffs on it. I saved the steel industry, but now it's going to thrive, maybe like never before. I mean, if you go back to U.S. Steel from 90 years ago, it's incredible. It's the #1 company in the world for a long time. That's why we don't want to see it go to Japan. And we love Japan, but U.S. Steel is a very special company. We don't want it to go to Japan or any other place, so we're working with them. And
earlier in the week, Trump had ordered a national security panel to take a fresh look at the deal. He asked the group to determine whether fresh action was needed, raising hopes in some observers that the move could actually get a green light. However, his latest comments sent U.S. Steel shares tumbling in after-hours trade. The stock dropped as much as 14% before recovering some ground. Nippon Steel shares gained strongly today, though, rising along with other exporters after Trump postponed most of his new tariff trades. President Trump signed an executive order yesterday rolling back a rule that restricts water pressure. Trump called the standards overly restrictive for consumers and manufacturers.
You take a shower or wash your hands, whatever you do, including dishwashers where no water comes out. But you wash your hands, and in my case, I like to take a nice shower to take care of my beautiful hair. I have to stand under the shower for 15 minutes till it gets wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip. It's ridiculous.
Former President Barack Obama put the regulation in place to limit the water flow from showerheads to 2.5 gallons per minute. Trump rolled back those standards during his first term, but former President Biden later reinstated them. The president's executive order also applies to sinks and dishwashers. The Supreme Court temporarily paused 2 lower court rulings yesterday that blocked President Trump from firing members of independent labor boards. Chief Justice John Roberts acted on behalf of the court to halt the orders made by 2 Washington-based federal judges. It gives the Supreme Court more time to consider the request for a block while the litigation is ongoing. And a separate appeals court lifted a court order yesterday requiring 20 different federal agencies to reinstate newer workers. A panel of judges at the U.S. Court of Appeals said the judge who entered the order appears to have gone beyond his authority. This clears the way for Trump to continue his mass terminations. Big escalation between the U.S. and China involving tariffs. This could make some common products more expensive. What's more, it could stunt these countries' economic growth. So why is President Trump imposing these steep duties? Our data reporter Kevin Hogan breaks it down for us.
Well, these are huge tariffs in this tit-for-tat escalation. That's 125% tariffs that President Trump has levied on Chinese goods. In response, China has put 84% tariffs on American goods. Now, that's according to the White House, but there's a little bit of a discrepancy in terms of how much China is putting on American goods in terms of tariffs. That's 106% that the Peterson Institute for International Economics puts it at, given that there was already some tariffs in place, given that prior trade war, or what was called one, in the first Trump administration. But either way, that is very, very high rates of tariffs on the goods going between these two countries, right? And the reason for that is partly because, as Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says, that it's unfortunate that the Chinese actually doesn't want to come and negotiate, because they are the worst offenders in the international trading system. So to answer your question, why President Trump is putting these on there, well, China has predatory economic practices, it has a huge trade deficit with the United States, and it is a source of the deadly fentanyl that's coming into this country. So that's part of the reason. But that 125%, that increase, that's partly because China retaliated. Trump says that China has a lack of respect for the world markets. Now, as we've drilled down further into this, we understand that there is definitely a trade deficit between the United States and China, and it's on China's behalf, because the United States imports over $400 billion worth of products from China last year, whereas China's the United States is only exporting about $150 billion. So there's a $300 billion trade deficit between these two countries. Again, one of the main reasons why these tariffs are being levied against China at the hands of President Trump. And this is according to the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, right? And to give you an idea of just which countries are feeling the pressure from these tariffs the most, and again, this is with this new scale that we're talking about, where Trump has reduced the tariffs down to 10% on the other countries and bumped up those tariffs to 125% on China. That's what you're seeing right here. So as you go further to the right, you're looking at higher percentage of the share of the imports to the United States. So this is 20%, and back out here, this is about 0%, right? So you see all these other countries, the UK, India, they're all over there, right? They don't contribute that much to the total imports coming to this country. But China, that's 15% right here. And that's that 125% tariffs that you're seeing. So ultimately what you see here, since China is such a big dot compared to these other countries, and this is the EU right here, China is being singled out. And part of the reason is because other countries have come to negotiate with the United States following President Trump's imposition of tariffs on these countries, right? And as you see, the import tariffs by the U.S. and China over time has had, a huge, rapid spike recently. And that's when Trump got in office. But again, this is the Biden administration, which kept those tariffs that were on since the first Trump administration. They ramped up, but then that's a rapid rise. And this is even off the charts here now, 125% with that new breaking news. So now the Chinese tariffs on American products has matched almost exactly with that. So they've gone tit for tat on this. And to give you an example, so this is 125% tariffs that we're at right now with the United States imposing on China. The United States on the rest of the world, that's very low. That's almost about 3%. It jumped up a little bit here to 15%, or that might be 10%. We have to see exactly what Trump does. But the Chinese tariffs on the rest of the world, again, that's only about 6%. So it's much less. It's these two countries going at it back and forth, right? And now you might ask, what is the cost of an iPhone going to cost? How much is that going to change? Well, the ones made in China, those high-end models, the 16 Pro Max, 256 gigabytes, well, that was $1,200. That's expensive. But now that's going to go up almost 60% to $1,874. So very, very expensive. A comparison to that would be a model made in India. That's the 16 Pro 128 gigs. That's going from $1,000 to $1,200. So that's maybe a 10, 20% increase. Nowhere near as much as the one coming from China, for obvious reasons, right? And you might ask, well, can the Chinese economy take this hit? 125% tariffs from a big trading partner in the United States, that's a big effect. You see the Chinese GDP has been growing steadily. They estimate they could probably pull off about a 5% increase in their growth like they have been in recent years. They kind of hit a plateau. Here's the United States GDP projection to show you the comparison. But a lot of these analysts show that China's projected GDP, which China says it's about 5%, but these other ones like Citi and Natixis, they're putting it at about 4.7%. That was before this big tit-for-tat escalatory trade-off with these tariffs happened. Morgan Stanley's putting about 4.5%, Goldman Sachs, but that revised number has shot down about 0.5%, down to 4.2% here, Citi and Natixis. Goldman Sachs has not revised their number, but the Wall Street Journal reports that Goldman Sachs says that these big tariffs on China from the United States could cost the whole Chinese economy 2.5 points on their growth for this year. That's just one person, President Trump, with a pen, being able to affect the entire Chinese economy. So can they take the hit? Yes, they have other things that they may do. They may lower interest rates and so on, but that's still going to be a very hefty blow to their economy, considering their ambitions on growth. Back to you.
Meanwhile, NTD paid a visit to Wall Street to hear what people there had to say. Take a look.
I buy stock, I sell stock. I participate in the markets. I love my country, and I'm starting to love my economy as it's getting better and better. The main benefit will be millions and millions of local jobs. I think that's the thing that's not being talked about this. You're not seeing the market, but you're going to see in the economy, and people are going to be smiling ear to ear, because I think as a trader, I feel that it's not about GDP, it's about GDI, gross domestic income. When you have gross domestic income because of local jobs, you're going to have a phenomenal economy.
I'm running a Democratic campaign. I got to be careful, but I'm being honest to what we're speaking about. I'm not even looking at who's in the White House. Now that you have this type of person in the White House that is definitely going to look at the numbers and look at how are we going to get out of these $1 trillion debts.
I think the first beneficial effect might be dialogue between our country and many countries around the world, and that can lead to some constructive progress for both sides.
And now, especially when I'm in New York, I'm always looking at everything I buy or everything I see in the shops, and I must say much of all these things are made in China. Even in Europe, and there are only few things that are made in the United States. So I think it's going to be difficult for the economy here in the States.
There's been a lot of products coming in from different countries at way less than you could get for American-made for goods. But that's the part of competition. So I think what the administration is trying to do is protect national interest and make sure things are built here and sourced from America. And if not, they're going to get hit with a hard tariff.
U.S. lawmakers are taking aim at exploitative practices by the Chinese Communist Party against American retirees, including how the CCP masks investment risks and undermines shareholder rights. NTD correspondent Jason Blair reports.
Americans work way too hard to have their financial security destroyed by Communist China.
Protecting American retirees and seniors from exploitive practices by the Chinese Communist Party was the focus of a hearing in Congress. In a rare occurrence, committees from both the House and Senate held a joint hearing. The House Select Committee on the CCP and the Senate Aging Committee probed the risks of investing in Chinese companies.
The CCP is actively using its financial system and state-controlled companies to infiltrate American capital markets. And while some might see that as just another investment risk, it's much more than that.
Moulinar gave an example.
In 2021, the CCP abruptly imposed sweeping regulations on China's private education sector, banning profit-making foreign capital and public listings. That decision wiped out billions of dollars in U.S. investments almost overnight.
Shark Tank star Kevin O'Leary was invited as a witness, and he warns investors of the threats posed by the CCP.
I have nothing against the Chinese people. Their contributions to science and art over the millennia are well documented. It's their government I take issue with. In my opinion, since joining the WTO in 2000, the Chinese government has never played by its rules.
Another expert witness says that the CCP has a long-term, multifaceted political, economic, and military strategy to advance itself.
The goal is to create a new world order through economic coercion and manipulation while avoiding a hot war. This has left the world less open and more authoritarian.
Senate Aging Committee ranking member Kristen Gillibrand says online scams from China are targeting American seniors.
Criminal networks in China
that are so sophisticated, that know this is where they can make millions and millions of dollars.
House Committee on the CCP ranking member Raja Krishnamurthy says that a lot of these criminal gangs are directly tied to the CCP.
Another gentleman behind another scam city, seen here with a Burmese warlord, is Shi Zhejiang. He is wanted in China for financial crimes, but his ties to the CCP allowed him to operate freely for years before being detained by Thai authorities.
And witness Brady Finta, founder of the National Elder Fraud Justice Coordination Center, says that according to his experience, only 10 to 15% of elder fraud victims report the crimes. Reporting in Washington, D.C., Jason Blair, NTD News.
For round-the-clock original news coverage, watch us live at ntd.com/live or download our NTD app. A couple more stories after this break.
If joint pain from aging is slowing you down, Omega XL can help you get back in the saddle, just like it did for John Walsh.
Today I'm here at my ranch exercising some of my polo ponies. Got to be really fit to ride these horses. So as you get older, it gets tougher. I was starting to suffer some of that business, and then I ran into somebody who said, look, you should try Omega XL, and look what it's done. I feel better than I've felt in the last 30 years.
I'm Reve Walsh. I'm John Walsh's wife. I ride fox hunters, and sometimes I'm in the saddle for 3-5 hours at a time. A lot of work out here.
I wouldn't have been able to do this. Muck a stall, throw hay, do all the things that needs to be done on a ranch a couple years ago. But Omega XL gave me the ability to get back in the saddle. It works great.
Once you try it, you don't want to be without it. Makes a huge difference.
It does. Take it every single day, and you know, there's a benefit. It's made you a lot nicer to me.
If you've been living with pain, it's time to get this special offer, the Omega XL, the joint health supplement that millions have trusted for more than 20 years. Omega XL, it's sourced from the green-lipped mussel, exclusively found in the pristine waters of New Zealand, some of the cleanest waters on Earth. Omega XL, it's natural, drug-free, and it's backed by more than 40 years of clinical research that show it really works. Try Omega XL today. Pick up your phone and call the number at the bottom of your screen right now for a special offer. Buy one, get two free. 2 bottles of Omega XL plus Vitamin XL D3, a value of more than $100. But call today and you pay only $39.95. That's a savings of more than 60%. Plus, it's backed by our 60-day money-back guarantee.
Try it. You got nothing to lose.
Call or go online right now to get this special offer. 2 bottles of Omega XL plus Vitamin XL D3 for only $39.95. Call now.
The bladder control aisle. You won't shop here again. Your private business is your own. The constant struggle is over. Now there's a better way. It's HDIS. We home deliver bladder control products. We understand how you feel. For over 25 years, we've home delivered to many of the 20 million Americans who deal with incontinence. We offer all brands. We pay shipping and use plain, unmarked boxes. If we can help you or someone you care for, call for your free product sample pack and $45 in money-saving coupons. Our counselors will help you choose the right product. And unlike stores, we're always in stock. You'll get what you need. Satisfaction guaranteed. HDIS. The better way.
For your free sample pack with your free catalog, $45 in money-saving coupons, and free product samples, call 1-800-701-6159. That's 1-800-701-6159.
My name is Steve Lance, and I am the Washington, D.C. Bureau Chief for NTD News, and I also host the Capitol Report. NTD broadcasts via satellite into China, actually. If you have a satellite dish positioned in a certain way, you'll be able to receive the NTD broadcast. And you can imagine in a country where there is no freedom of the press, there's no freedom of speech, and all of the media is state-run, that poses a significant threat to the Chinese Communist Party. And so they have gone to great lengths to influence and subvert that effort. And I think we're on probably our 13th company all because the CCP has went after every company who has provided that satellite to stop working with us. So the impact and the role that NTD and the Epoch Times has had, not just on China and the Chinese people, but to the rest of the world, has been incalculable. It's not just Chinese people that have been misled by the CCP, but here in the West, the CCP has infiltrated every level of our society, whether it be our universities through Confucius Institutes and CSSAs, Chinese Student and Scholar Associations, or Hollywood, or the media. The Epoch Times and NTD have been reporting and documenting and raising awareness about the CCP and allowing people in the West to understand what is taking place in the largest communist country in the world. Some of the founding journalists in China initially were arrested and sentenced for 10 years, and the extent of what happened to them may still be unknown. When you understand how this company was founded, who founded it, and why they did it, and what they sacrificed, it's really something special.
Welcome to NTD News Today. Here are today's top stories. House Republicans narrowly voted to approve the budget plan to advance President Trump's legislative agenda. The latest from Capitol Hill. The European Union pauses retaliatory tariffs against the U.S. for 90 days. U.S. inflation declines for the first time since September. More on the better-than-expected inflation report. In response to U.S. tariffs, the Chinese regime takes more action. Now it's restricting one of the U.S.'s most famous imports. Various countries are entering in contact with the U.S. for tariff negotiations. This shortly after the U.S. announced that temporary pause on new tariffs. What the White House says about today's negotiations. Russian-American Ksenia Karelina has been released from a Russian prison. She was serving a 12-year prison sentence after a conviction for treason.
This is NTD News Today, live from our global headquarters in New York City.
Today is Thursday, April 10th. I'm Stephanie Cox. The House today passed a budget plan that lays the groundwork for extending President Trump's legislative agenda.
We've got to lower inflation. We've got to lower interest rates. We've got to get the economy moving again. And all of that happens with this one big, beautiful bill. And of course, none of it starts until we pass the budget, which is why today's vote was so important, which means now the real work begins in the committees. We have 11 committees in the House ready to go to work now. Over the next 2 weeks, as members are in their districts during Easter, the committees will be working and leadership will be meeting between the House and Senate, working with President Trump on the details to start that process the day we get back so that we can deliver real wins for the American people on a bill that makes sure no taxes go up.
The vote was 216 to 214, with two Republicans, Representative Thomas Massie and Rep. Victoria Spars, voting in opposition. The budget resolution passed today amounts to a budget blueprint, which includes few details. The final reconciliation bill cannot pass until both chambers pass an identical budget resolution. The bill would include provisions related to ending restraints on American energy, securing the border, and making the 2017 tax cuts permanent. Johnson said the House and Senate agree on cutting at least $1.5 trillion from the deficit over a decade, while preserving entitlement programs such as Medicaid, which Democrats have said the GOP wants to cut. Johnson postponed a vote last night when some of his Republicans objected that it does not cut spending enough. The House also voted today to pass the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility, or SAVE Act. If becoming law, it would prevent non-citizens from vote. The European Union is backing off retaliatory tariffs against the United States. For now, the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen announced a 90-day reprieve today after President Trump temporarily lowered duties on imports. She said on X that, quote, if negotiations are not satisfactory, our countermeasures will kick in. An EU spokesperson had this to say.
We are not going to offer any
greater detail at this point about what we are or are not saying to the Americans beyond what we have already said. We want to negotiate. We want to talk. We appreciate that you have brought this pause on so-called reciprocal tariffs, and we in turn are now pausing our proposed countermeasures in order that we have the maximum space to consult with our member states, consult with our industry, and negotiate with the US. We're ready to make deals. Let's talk.
The EU is due to launch counter-tariffs on about $23 billion of U.S. imports in response to Trump's 25% duties on steel and aluminum. The bloc is still assessing how to respond to American tariffs on cars and the broader 10% levies still in place. U.S. consumer prices unexpectedly fell in March, driven by falling energy prices. The Labor Department's Bureau of Labor Statistics reported the annual inflation rate declined to 2.4% from 2.8% in February. It's the lowest reading since September. On a monthly basis, the index fell by a better-than-expected 0.1%. The economy added 228,000 jobs in March, while the unemployment rate rose to 4.2% from 4.1% in February. The market opened lower today after yesterday's record rally. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ are down more than 2% in morning trading. The Dow Jones fell more than 700 points. Various countries are contacting the United States for tariff negotiations. This comes after a recently announced temporary pause on new tariffs. White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett says the offers might now be presented to President Trump.
There are maybe 15 countries now that have made explicit offers that we're studying and considering and, deciding whether they're good enough to present to the president.
Hassett says administration officials will meet at the White House later today. They're set to prioritize the most important countries for trade negotiations. This comes after President Trump temporarily lowered tariffs on dozens of countries yesterday. Hassett added that he expects a lot of movement on trade deals in the next 3 or 4 weeks. He says there's a big inventory of deals that are very close to the finish line. China says it will immediately restrict imports of Hollywood films in retaliation for the escalation of U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods. For 3 decades, China has shown 10 Hollywood movies a year, but the revenue model was already not in Hollywood's favor. Chris Fenton wrote the book Feeding the Dragon: Inside the $1 Trillion Dilemma Facing Hollywood, the NBA, and the American Business. He said, Hollywood films have accounted for just 5% of the overall box office intake in the Chinese market. On top of that, China taxes those films 50% before any revenue goes back to the U.S. Other foreign markets give Hollywood studios double that amount. On China's all-time box office list, only one foreign film ranks in the top 20, Avengers: Endgame, with revenues of nearly $580 million. Australia's Prime Minister said Australia will not join hands with the Chinese regime when it comes to rejecting U.S. tariffs. He said Australia has its own voice.
Minister, will Australia join hands with China, as the ambassador has suggested, against tariffs?
We engage with all countries, but we stand up for Australia's national interest, and we stand on our own 2 feet. And I have said very clearly, we cooperate with China where we can, we disagree where we must, but we engage in our national interest.
The country's deputy prime minister also weighed in, saying the Australian government is not about to make common cause with China in any contest going on in the world, and that Australia has its own interests and will focus on diversifying its trade relationships. The politicians were responding to the Chinese ambassador to Australia's overture to unite against the U.S. in response to tariffs. Most countries are in the same position as Australia, with a 10% tariff on exports to the U.S., while China now has a 125% tariff. President Trump said the heavy tariff is due to China's lack of respect for the world's markets. Russian-American Ksenia Karelina has been released from a Russian prison. She was serving a 12-year prison sentence. Karelina was found guilty last year of treason by a Russian court for donating $50 to a U.S.-based charity providing humanitarian support to Ukraine. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said on X early this morning that Karelina had been released and was on her way to the United States. He wrote on X, American Ksenia Karelina is on a plane back home to the United States. She was wrongfully detained by Russia for over a year, and President Trump secured her release. He said the president would continue to work for the release of all Americans. Russian state news agencies said Karelina was exchanged for Arthur Petrov, a dual Russian-German citizen. He was being held in the U.S. on charges of criminal offenses related to export control violations, smuggling, wire fraud, and money laundering. The United Arab Emirates Ministry of Foreign Affairs confirmed the exchange happened in Abu Dhabi today. A new set of executive orders from President Trump aim to revitalize the U.S. Navy and make it easier to buy and sell weapons. Here's more on that story.
As competition with China grows, President Trump Wednesday signed an executive order to boost the U.S. shipbuilding industry. In recent years, China rapidly expanded its navy and by 2020 surpassed the U.S. as the largest naval force in the world. According to the Defense Department, the Chinese Navy has more than 370 ships and submarines in service. The U.S. has 297. Trump said Wednesday his administration is going to spend a lot on shipbuilding.
We're way behind. We used to build a ship a day, and now we don't do a ship a year practically, and we have the capacity to do it.
The new order directs the Secretary of Defense to look for ways to boost private and public investment in shipbuilding. And it isn't just the Navy. Trump's order also seeks to boost the maritime industry more broadly. In addition to building more ships, it will include a boost to U.S. merchant marine training and establish maritime prosperity zones. Sports Secretary Sean Duffy said Tuesday this was going to revitalize the industry.
We don't make ships in America anymore, and so he's going to revitalize our shipbuilding industry, make sure we send our great American products around the world on American ships.
In addition, Trump signed executive orders to streamline arms sales and boost arms procurement. One order aims to modernize the acquisition of weapons and systems by updating the procurement structures at the Defense Department.
That process is ridiculous what they do. They get the highest price and not even good-looking equipment, and we're changing it. We're going to change it to the best.
A third order calls for the Departments of Defense, State, and Commerce to submit a plan for how to improve transparency around arms sales. Trump has repeatedly called on NATO allies to up their defense spending, and this order now directs the DoD and the State Department to create a list of priority partners for future sales.
President Trump was asked yesterday if he had plans to reduce the number of U.S. troops in Europe. Take a listen.
Mr. President, on the subject of U.S. troops stationed in Europe, do you have any plans to reduce the number of U.S. troops in Europe or in other NATO countries?
Well, good. I mean, it depends. We pay for military over in Europe. You know, we don't get reimbursed by much. South Korea too. So it'll be one of the things we discuss. That's unrelated to trade, but I think we'll make it part of it because it makes sense. Be nice to wrap it all up in one package for each country.
The Supreme Court temporarily paused two lower court rulings yesterday that blocked President Trump from firing members of independent labor boards. Chief Justice John Roberts acted on behalf of the court to halt the orders made by two Washington-based federal judges. It gives the Supreme Court more time to consider the request for a block while the litigation is ongoing. And a separate appeals court lifted a court order yesterday requiring 20 different federal agencies to reinstate newer workers. A panel of judges at the U.S. Court of Appeals said the judge who entered the order appears to have gone beyond his authority. This clears the way for Trump to continue his mass terminations. Still to come, Harvard University offering a year-long remedial math course targeting a lack of foundational skills that some attribute to the COVID-19 pandemic, while others say the reasons are more nuanced. And the Republican-led House passed a bill that aims to limit district court judges' orders against the Trump administration. Meanwhile, RFK Jr. gives food companies a deadline to eliminate certain food dyes. The Health and Human Services Secretary details a meeting with executives from Kraft Heinz, General Mills, Tyson Foods, Kellogg's, Smucker's, and PepsiCo.
Looking for a healthy and smooth-tasting brew? Drop by Days Coffee Roasters today and explore our wide selection of specialty-grade, small-batch roasted coffee. home to North America's first enzyme-fermented coffee. We source a wide selection of specialty-grade coffee beans from around the world, and our baristas are ready to craft your customized brew. Visit Days Coffee at 28 North Street, Middletown, New York. Come experience a brew like no other.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. You may know me from my many years on television. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I felt this slight pressure on my chest, just slight. I thought, oh, it's nothing, it'll go away. I didn't get it. I did not get it. But a few days later, while shopping at a boutique, that pressure returned, much stronger. It felt like an elephant pressing on my chest. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I was rushed into surgery where I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. Those stents saved my life. That's why I'm in front of you today, asking you to join me in supporting the American Heart Association by becoming a monthly donor. Call now or go to helpheart.org. For only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you can help fund the next medical breakthrough. Get the next person trained in CPR, the next hospital certified in high-quality cardiovascular care. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. I can enjoy life with my children, my grandchildren, and my friends. Heart disease is America's #1 killer, and your support now can help save your life or the life of someone you love. Give $19 a month with your credit card, and we'll send you this special t-shirt that you can wear to show that you are helping save lives. Please, listen to your heart. The only reason I'm here today is because I did. So please call the number on your screen or go to helpheart.org now. Join me as a monthly donor today and help save even more lives. Thank you.
Welcome back. Harvard University students who might need some extra help getting up to standard in maths can now enroll for a 1-year remedial class. It follows years of disrupted learning during the pandemic, but is that all there is to it? Joining us now to discuss is Professor Matthew Garrett, Higher Education Fellow with Campus Reform. Good to have you with us today. The class at Harvard is 5 days a week and covers basic math skills like foundational algebra, which many learn in around the 9th grade. Yet Harvard is an Ivy League school, so what's going on here?
Well, what we are witnessing is a descent into mediocrity by these wonky admission policies that mismatch students that are ill-prepared while overlooking students that are really quite well-prepared. The end result is something quite harmful for all of our students, for those who are excluded, as well as for those who are admitted but not really prepared to succeed in a more elite institution. And we end up as a society losing out on the advanced skills of all of those students who are not properly matched in an institution where they can best excel.
I want to dig into all of those points during this interview, but let's start with the fact that you've said this is actually not an isolated incident either. It's not just at Harvard. We are seeing similar issues across the board. What do you see as the factors at play here?
Well, a lot of this goes back to around 2020, when we had not only the pandemic roaring, but we also had this new anti-racist critical race theory ideology taking over higher education. And as part of that, a lot of institutions, Harvard among them, but quite a few of them actually, removed the SAT and ACT standardized test as a requirement for admission. And what this did is it allowed schools to admit students by other nebulous criteria. Sometimes they called it holistic, or sometimes even they called it race conscious. And this allowed for racial engineering of the campus demographics, irregardless to the preparation of the students or their ability to succeed in those schools. And this is happening all across our system. Now, some schools have backed away from it, but it's still pretty widespread at schools, including the University of Chicago, Princeton, the whole UC system here in California, and quite a few other institutions.
Now, I hear that there are many factors, and of course the pandemic is part of this story. It did set many students back, even by a year, and many are still trying to catch up. Considering all of the factors and the students that are in there now, could a remedial course be an effective way to get them back on track, in your view?
Yes, a remedial course might be wonderful at a lower tier institution where they are indeed affected by students who are not well prepared. But at Harvard is a little bit different. And the Ivy League schools like, the University of Chicago is such an elite institution. These places where they have the privilege of taking our very best. Harvard gets 54,000 applicants every year, and they're going to pick the top 3% of those elite students. And so at those institutions, there's really no excuse to have students who are mismatched and unable to succeed, and forces a lowering of rigor across the board. In addition to that, it really sort of cascades down throughout the entire educational system as the most selective schools start drafting up students who are ill-prepared. It forces lower tier schools to do the same, and the result is just widespread chaos and mismatching. So while yes, such a program could be useful at perhaps a small state school where they are genuinely suffering with this issue, because pandemic learning loss is a real thing, but it's not an issue for the Ivy League schools. And when they start engaging in these practices, it tells us that something else is going on besides pandemic era learning loss. It's really an ideological and self-imposed problem.
So looking deeper at the issue of admissions standards and the impact there, you've said that removing objective admission standards, as Harvard did with its SAT, ACT requirements during the pandemic, that has the potential to harm all students, including those that were now able to come in this way. Tell me more about that.
Well, there's several studies. There was a great book out of UCLA called Mismatch. There's a study at Duke. There's several studies that have looked at what happens when we place students in an institution where they're not well prepared. And what ends up happening is that those students have a higher dropout rate, or they transfer into less rigorous fields, which ultimately means that we're seeing students moving out of science and STEM and engineering, and instead moving into the humanities and into the ethnic studies, and depriving the world of a generation of potential scientists that would be valuable for everyone. So it's definitely a disadvantage for those who are admitted beyond their capacity to succeed. And of course, it's a disadvantage for those who are excluded because of these policies.
Now, Campus Reform has reported that elite schools are beginning to reinstate standardized testing requirements. What are you seeing, and what more, if anything, do you think needs to be done?
Yes, we are seeing we're seeing quite a few schools actually. Princeton, I think, no, not Princeton. There's several institutions, Dartmouth, Caltech, and others that are moving back to admit the ACT and SCT, and that's a wonderful movement. The problem we're facing is that a lot of these elite schools are still refusing to do so. And we have this tool. We have the tool of the SAT and the ACT, which are excellent predictors of success in college. What we need to see is willpower. We need willpower at these elite institutions to use the best tools available so that they can help our students to the best extent possible. We want to place all of our students at the best institution at which they can succeed so they can be prepared and made to reach their potential. And if these institutions are more distracted by equity than excellence and not willing to help our students maximize their potential, I think that we really need to look at their federal funding and determine if that's something that's worth our expenditures.
All right. Thank you so much for your time today and your insights, Professor Matthew Garrett, Higher Education Fellow with Campus Reform. Good to speak with you. And a federal judge yesterday ordered the government to resume refugee admissions and reinstate funding for resettlement agencies. The International Refugee Assistance Project sued the Trump administration. They argued the government's actions violate statutory obligations approved before Trump took office. Immigration rights advocates accuse the administration of defying obligations and leaving vulnerable families in limbo. The House yesterday passed a bill to limit the authority of federal district judges to issue orders that apply across the country. This comes in response to the slew of cases filed against the Trump administration. The bill, called the No Rogue Rulings Act, would limit district judges' rulings to the parties involved in the case, rather than broader ones that can block a policy or action from being enforced throughout the country. The bill passed along party lines on a vote of 219 to 213. The act now moves to the Senate for approval, where at least 7 Senate Democrats would have to join Republicans to allow it to advance. Prosecutors yesterday moved to drop a gun charge against a man set to be deported to El Salvador. 24-year-old Henry Jose Villatoro Santos is based in Virginia and is accused of being an MS-13 leader. In an unusual move, his lawyer asked a judge to delay ruling on the government's motion for 2 weeks. He said there's a danger if the criminal case is dropped that Villatoro Santos will be deported and jailed in El Salvador without due process. Attorney General Pam Bondi told Fox News, quote, as a terrorist, he will now face the removal process. 4 Chinese nationals face deportation after serving their prison sentences for being part of a $1.2 million identity theft scheme. ICE said yesterday that the Chinese nationals had entered the United States on false pretenses. The 4 defendants were sentenced to prison last month for being part of a complex identity scheme that defrauded national retailers of more than $1 million. Stores included popular beauty shops, Sephora and Ulta, as well as high-end stores such as Saks Fifth Avenue and Nordstrom. China has cooperated in the deportation of its nationals from the United States following a nearly 2-year pause. In the past 8 months, the United States has sent 5 charter flights to China carrying hundreds of Chinese illegal immigrants. Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik has a new House leadership role. She announced yesterday that House Speaker Mike Johnson appointed her as chairwoman of House Republican leadership. The position comes with its own staff and budget. Stefanik will also resume her committee assignments on the House Intelligence, Armed Services, and Education and Workforce panels. The announcement comes after President Trump last month withdrew her nomination to become U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. House Republicans have been searching to find a seat for Stefanik after her former position as conference chair was filled. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. told CBS he's given food company executives 2 years to remove Red 40 and other artificial dyes from their products. Kennedy detailed a meeting with executives from Kraft Heinz, General Mills, Tyson Foods, Kellogg's, Smuckers, and PepsiCo.
They said it's going to take us a while. For example, the CEO of Pepsi, which owns Doritos, said that in Doritos, people, the consumers like them to be very red, and we have not yet found a vegetable dye that we can match, but we're going to do it. And I said they all have to be out within 2 years.
Kennedy cited a, quote, grim inventory of diseases, including cancers and behavioral disease and neurological disease like ADHD, as a reason for the dye ban. Kennedy added during the interview that he would eliminate the generally recognized as safe standard, calling it the biggest villain for food safety. The health secretary last month directed the FDA to explore abolishing the rule which lets companies include additives in foods without FDA review. In the same interview with CBS, Kennedy encouraged people to get the measles vaccine. He added that he and President Trump agree that people should have the choice and that some will choose not to get vaccinated. An outbreak of measles that started in Texas this year has climbed past 500 cases. Still to come, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will visit Argentina next week. The department says the visit is intended to show support for the South American country's economic reforms. Ukraine says more than 150 Chinese nationals are fighting for Russia in Ukraine. We have the update on that. Is the leader of the Chinese Communist Party losing his grip on power? Insider sources and a growing number of articles within China's news circles are hinting at Xi Jinping's declining authority. Those speculations reflected by the disappearance of several of his closest aides inside the Chinese military. But here's the catch. Some of them are the key players in Xi's plan to invade Taiwan.
What has lasted 5,000 years was once almost almost lost. Now, the world awaits the divine culture's return.
Hi friends, Richard Karn here. Now I'm known as the guy who can fix just about anything, but the technology in most appliances requires very special training to fix. My point is, even I know when I've met my match, and that's why my family has Choice Home Warranty. So we won't get stuck with high-priced repairs.
Choice Home Warranty covers over 25 major home systems and appliances. That's your AC, heating, plumbing, kitchen and laundry appliances, and so much more.
Imagine for less than a cup of coffee a day, Choice Home Warranty can help protect you from expensive major system and appliance breakdowns that your homeowner's insurance doesn't cover. But you have to call now before it's too late.
Every homeowner should have Choice Home Warranty. Your homeowner's insurance is not going to cover your appliances.
Washing machine, dryer, refrigerator, air condition. If I had any issues arise, they were able to take care of it immediately.
Now, homeowner's insurance won't protect you when your home's major systems and appliances break down due to normal wear and tear. But Choice Home Warranty will. They can help cover repairs and replacements.
Choice Home Warranty is the best warranty we've ever used. It would save you so much money in the long run.
Hey, I'm not the only one raving about Choice Home Warranty. They were named a Best Home Warranty Company and Best Claim Service by U.S. News 360 Reviews.
Call Choice Home Warranty now and get access to a nationwide network of over 15,000 technicians and the latest appointment setting technology so you'll know when they're on their way.
If I have an issue with an appliance or something around the house, I just call up Choice Home Warranty and I don't have to worry about that.
So, do what this old DIYer did and call Choice Home Warranty now before something breaks down. Tell them I sent you and get your first month free.
Call Choice Home Warranty before it's too late and get protection for your heating, AC, plumbing, kitchen and laundry appliances, and more. Call for your free quote today. Call in the next 5 minutes and get your first month free. 800-360-6782. 800-360-6782.
At Mathis Home, we understand that your home is a reflection of you. And during our spring style event, we have fresh new looks that are waiting to make your home look and feel great at the lowest prices. And with all the latest styles in bloom, you'll find savings in every department. Whether it's a clean and modern sectional or a rustic and traditional dining table, we have it in stock with fast and free delivery. Come find the look that's right for you at our spring style event at your furniture superstore, Mathis Home.
I'm Stephanie Cox, and this is World Watch. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will meet with Argentinian President Javier Milei and other government and business leaders in Buenos Aires next week. The Treasury Department said the visit is intended to demonstrate support for the country's economic reforms. Bessent's first foreign trip since taking office will come on Monday after the International Monetary Fund is expected to approve a $20 billion loan deal tomorrow. Milei's government is pushing for the IMF to disburse about 40% of the funds up front. The deal is key to Argentina digging itself out of its worst economic crisis in decades. South America's second largest economy is emerging from triple-digit inflation, a recession, and a dangerous slide in foreign currency reserves. Bessent praised the Argentine president's, quote, bold leadership. Meanwhile, Argentina's largest workers' union launched a 24-hour strike today in protest against Milei's sweeping austerity measures. The U.S. and Ukraine continue to hash out the details of a minerals deal between the two nations. Ukraine's deputy prime minister spoke today in Brussels, saying any agreement would have to be consistent with Kyiv's existing commitments.
The technical consultations between the teams from the Justice and Economy ministries will take place tomorrow in Washington. And I'm not in a position, to reveal any details because the meeting will only take place tomorrow. I will be able to comment tomorrow. But one thing I can confirm for sure that nothing in the agreement can be negotiated with Ukraine in a way that will undermine the existing commitments and obligations Ukraine has, including the financial ones within Ukraine facilities stability, macro-financial assistance, IMF cooperation.
President Trump is seeking a minerals deal with Ukraine as part of a push to end the war. The president has said he also sees an agreement as a way to recover billions of dollars spent on military assistance to Kyiv. The Trump administration has presented a more expansive draft for the deal, revising its original proposal. Ukraine is home to a range of rare earth minerals, including uranium, lithium, and titanium. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said yesterday that Ukrainian intelligence has identified 155 Chinese citizens fighting for Russia after 2 Chinese nationals were captured in the country. Zelensky said the Chinese nationals captured in eastern Ukraine are in communication with investigators and are providing information on how they ended up on the front. He said Russia recruited the 2 Chinese nationals and others through ads on social media. A spokesperson for China's foreign ministry said that the claims were groundless and has continued to deny its involvement in the war. U.S. and Russian delegations hold talks in the Turkish city of Istanbul today. A vehicle carrying the U.S. delegation left the Russian consulate building this afternoon, some 6 hours after they arrived. The focus of the talks is restoring the work of diplomatic missions. The State Department on Tuesday said that Ukraine was, quote, absolutely not on the agenda. Both Moscow and Washington have complained in recent years about the difficulties of getting credentials for their diplomats. Russia has said that even paying diplomats has become difficult due to Western restrictions. U.S. diplomats say their movements are restricted in Russia. Both sides have previously complained of intimidation. Hungary suggested today a biological attack as a possible source of the country's first foot and mouth disease outbreak in more than half a century. It has triggered border closures and the mass slaughter of cattle in the northwest. Last month, Hungary reported a first case of foot and mouth disease in over 50 years on a cattle farm in the northwest near the border with Austria and Slovakia. Prime Minister Viktor Orban's chief of staff said he could not rule out that the virus outbreak was the result of a biological attack without giving information on who might be responsible. He also said that suspicion was based on verbal information received from a foreign laboratory and that their findings have not yet been fully proven and documented. The Thai Prime Minister today said that the tariff pause would give more time to refine their plans before negotiating with the U.S. government. Trump's tariffs included a 36% tax on Thai exports to the U.S. Thailand has said it would increase imports from the United States and lower tariffs as it seeks to negotiate a better deal. Thailand's finance minister said the country has prepared more economic stimulus focused on creating jobs, adding that the 90-day pause on U.S. tariffs announced overnight would give officials more time to prepare a response. And Taiwan's foreign minister said President Trump's 90-day pause on most tariffs gives breathing room for more in-depth talks as well. Taiwan had been due to be hit with a 32% tariff, sending its stock market plummeting, though the key semiconductor industry was excluded. Speaking to reporters at Parliament today, Taiwan's foreign minister said the government was dedicated to increasing its purchases from and investments in the United States and to reduce Taiwan's trade surplus with its most important international backer. British police have arrested the UK head of Greenpeace alongside 5 other activists after they poured 300 liters of blood-red dye into a pond at the U.S. Embassy today. It was in protest against the U.S. sale of arms to Israel. Greenpeace said the UK head of the campaign group, Will McCallum, and others were disguised as delivery riders on bicycles with trailers and tipped the dye into the high-security embassy's semicircular pond. McCallum and the others were arrested on suspicion of conspiracy to cause criminal damage, which carries a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. As trade tensions escalate between Washington and Beijing, inside China, another battle is quietly broiling. Recently, several close aides to Chinese regime leader Xi Jinping have disappeared from the public eye. It has sparked speculation about whether they have fallen victim to the regime's internal struggles. Experts say, if confirmed, their ouster would sharply reduce Xi's power and impact his plan to invade Taiwan.
For more than a decade, Xi has carefully placed his trusted allies within the Chinese military, while removing over 200 generals who were not loyal to him. Another of Xi's ambitions is to take control of self-governed democratic Taiwan, which the CCP has never ruled. U.S. intelligence believes that Xi set a deadline for the invasion, the year 2027. However, something seems to have gone wrong since last summer. A slew of key players that Xi designated to lead his Taiwan invasion have vanished from the public eye or been removed from their positions. Zooming in, the third in command of the Chinese military, He Weidong, has not been spotted in public for almost a month. U.S. intelligence and the Pentagon told the Washington Times that he could be the latest victim of Beijing's purge. Another admiral of Xi's faction, Miao Hua, is under investigation for violating the Communist Party's guidelines. Miao previously helped Xi promote many officials inside the Chinese military. Insider sources say nearly a dozen top Chinese military officials, seen as Xi's closest aides, are being investigated or arrested. NTD cannot independently verify these reports due to Beijing's lack of transparency and its control over the flow of information out of China. But one thing we do know is that these individuals have not been seen in public for a while. So if they were ousted from the CCP's ranks, who's pulling the trigger? Heng He is a China affairs expert who has studied China issues for over 3 decades. He has testified before the U.S. Congress and the EU Parliament as an expert witness.
The first possibility is that Xi Jinping is purging his own people, but that doesn't make much sense, because not everyone in the military is his people. If he starts removing his own loyalists, it would only weaken his influence within the military, so that scenario seems unlikely. However, such purges would still need his approval, which means if this is being forced on him, then the opposing forces must have grown so powerful that he can no longer resist them. So, in my view, it's clear that Xi Jinping's power is now facing significant constraints.
Tang Jingyuan has been a China affair analyst for the Chinese language edition of NTD for years. He, too, suspects that Xi's aides are being targeted by an opposition force inside the CCP, not by Xi himself. Among those reportedly being purged are the commander of the Eastern Theater Command and the commander of the Rocket Force. Both would be key players in a potential Chinese invasion of Taiwan.
When it comes to invading Taiwan, the two most critical military forces Xi relies on are the Eastern Theater Command and the Rocket Force. These are the two foundational forces he values the most. Given this situation, it can only suggest that this is a sweeping purge and act of retaliation orchestrated by his political rivals, directly targeting Xi Jinping.
Insider sources from Beijing's political circle report that the force opposing Xi from within the Communist Party has been spurred to action because of China's sluggish economy and record-high geopolitical tensions.
A former executive at Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, says the company undermined U.S. national security to do business in China. NTD's Washington correspondent Jack Bradley has more on yesterday's testimony before the Senate.
When Beijing demanded that Facebook delete the account of a prominent Chinese dissident living on American soil, they did it.
Sarah Wynne Williams, Facebook's former director of global public policy, accused Meta of censoring a Chinese dissident on U.S. soil on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party.
Yet I witnessed Meta work hand in glove with the Chinese Communist Party to construct and test custom-built censorship tools that silenced and censored their critics.
She also says Meta's putting the data of its users at risk.
I watched as executives decided to provide the Chinese Communist Party with access to Meta user data, including that of Americans.
Following the hearing, a Meta spokesperson told me in an email responding to these allegations, quote, Sarah Wynne Williams' testimony is divorced from reality and riddled with false claims. While Mark Zuckerberg himself was public about our interest in offering our services to China, and details were widely reported beginning over a decade ago, the fact is this: we do not operate our services in China today. But Wynne Williams disputes this.
Is that true? Facebook, Meta is not doing business in China. Is that accurate?
That is not accurate, Chairman Hawley. Facebook has a $18.3 billion business in China. And to give just one example, in 2014, it launched Oculus in China with a strategy of playing dumb.
And her allegations are being investigated by the bipartisan group of senators that she's testifying in front of. That's the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Crime and Counterterrorism.
That's why this committee has launched a full-scale investigation into the potential illegal behavior of Facebook. Today's hearing is one step in that investigation.
Meta chooses to put human rights concerns aside if it means access to more users, more growth, more dollars.
The senators have requested copies of all communications between Meta and Beijing since 2014, and they hope to get it by April 21st. Reporting by Jack Bradley, NTD News.
Up ahead, President Trump ramping up tariffs on China. What could it mean for you if buying Chinese goods? And China withstand the economic hit? Kevin Hogan breaks down the escalation in a data-driven report.
Discover the ancient secret to vitality and longevity with Puretang Black Ginseng. Crafted from premium 6-year-old Korean ginseng, each root is carefully nurtured for over 2,260 days, undergoing a traditional 9-round handcrafted process of steaming and drying to unlock full potency and absorption. Experience pure, natural energy with Puretang Black Ginseng. Order now at puretang.com.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. And in our family, we're used to getting involved, and I encourage you to do the same, especially when it comes to caring for your loved ones. When I think about Alzheimer's and the impact it had on my family, I recognize that losing a race isn't such a bad day after all. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
I was a quarterback at Hardaway High School, college first-round draft pick, on and off the field. We were taught to not show any signs of weakness. During the football season, I would stop eating, but I didn't know I was depressed. I thought that something was wrong with me. For 20 plus years was physical. We didn't have any education behind what mental health was. I started to learn it starts here first. If this is together, I'll be better as a father, as a man, and as a husband. Put the importance on your mental health. I'm not scared to talk about it anymore. The first tool is therapy. The second one is positive self-talk. And then journaling, putting your thoughts on paper. We have to redefine what being a strong man is and heal, love your mind.
And we turn now to a live cabinet meeting with President Trump. Check it out.
A very good meeting. We're talking about a lot of different things. Consumer prices have actually dropped. There's very little inflation. Everybody predicted a lot of inflation, very little inflation. Energy costs are down. Interest rates are probably down. They scatter, but they're probably down. Prescription drug prices are even to down. We're doing very well. It's been amazing. We had a big day yesterday. There'll always be transition difficulty, but we had in history, it was the biggest day in history, the markets. So we're very, very happy with the way the country is running. We're trying to get the world to treat us fairly. This is something that should have been done 25 years ago, and it wasn't. Should have been done 40 years ago, and it wasn't. But no president was willing to take it on, but you had to. It's not sustainable. It wasn't sustainable. And as you know, without a lot of money being added, this is a lot of money that we could add, the country is making approximately $2 billion a day. And when you think of it, we've never done that before, never come close to it. And the number is probably $3.5 billion a day. And that makes us a very strong country. But we have Scott here and Howard and some of the people that are working on deals. And the biggest problem they have is they don't have enough time in the day. Everybody wants to come and make a deal. And we're working with a lot of different countries. And it's all going to work out very well. I think it's going to work out really very well. But we're in good shape. There's no inflation. There's very little inflation. And I went 4 years without inflation, and I tariffed. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China and others, taxes in China. But we took in hundreds of billions of dollars a year from China, and we had no inflation, essentially. So we think we're in very good shape. We think we're doing very well. Again, there'll be a transition cost and transition problems, but in the end, it's going to be a beautiful thing. We're doing again what we should have done many years ago. We let it get out of control, and we allowed some countries to get very big and very rich at our expense, and can't let that happen. It's not a sustainable formula. So I wanted to just thank everybody at the table, and maybe I'll go around and ask some of you a little short couple of answers. Pete just got back from Panama, and he's been all over the place, and you want to give us a little report on that and whatever else you might have to say. Everyone at this table is doing an incredible job, by the way, I have to say. Incredible. And the relationships are, it's like they're friends. They're really, the relationships are very strong, really good, really strong. And these meetings are very good. And I think, I don't believe there's any other president that allowed the press to come into a meeting such as this. These are very sacred meetings. These are very private meetings. But we have nothing to hide. And I think it's good. I think it's a good, we want to be, a word you like to use, Jeff, is transparent. So we want to be transparent, and we'll do that by starting with Pete. Go ahead, Pete.
Yes, Mr. President, we just got back from Panama last night. We were at the Panama Canal with their Southcom commander ships, F-18s, troops, and signed a couple of historic deals. One which is with the Panama Canal Authority, a framework for U.S. vessels, first and free through the Panama Canal. Right. And then also a memorandum of understanding with their security minister for the presence of U.S. troops. Fort Sherman is an old U.S. base there, as well as their naval station and air station, jointly with Panama to secure the Panama Canal from Chinese influence. That's something you said, we're taking back the canal. China's had too much influence. Obama and others let them creep in. We, along with Panama, are pushing them out, sir. So we had a very successful trip there. President Molino sends his regards, very complimentary of the U.S. as he's a great ally, and I think they want the Communist Chinese out, and with our troops there partnering with their forces, we've got a chance to push them all the way out, sir.
We've moved a lot of troops to Panama and filled up some areas that we used to have, and we didn't have any longer, but we have them now, and I think it's in very good control, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Pete. Very good. Howard?
So we've have so many countries to talk to. It is it's incredible. I think Scott and I'm not sure we could ever have enough time in the day to talk to all these countries because they want to talk and they want to talk now. And they have come with offers that they never, ever would have come with, but for the moves that the president has made, demanding that people treat the United States with respect. We're getting the respect we deserve now, and I think you're going to see historic deals, one after the other. And then I'm very excited that within a week and a half, we're going to start with the gold card, and the Trump card is coming out, and we're very excited about that, and that's coming soon. So very excited.
Good. Thank you very much. Good job. Linda?
Well, on a couple of fronts, we have been addressing the issue of anti-Semitism on campuses. There's been some grant funding and contract funding that we've reviewed, and some we've canceled and some we've put on hold, waiting for that, while we do an investigation. On the other side of what my responsibilities are, and having education go back to the states, we're meeting and talking with governors. I was with, this week, all 50 commissioners of education around the country, and because we also want to provide them with tools and best practices as education does move back to the states. Making great progress, great response from the states, and very positive.
And what about colleges? You're holding back $400 million from Columbia, $8 billion from Harvard. Can you imagine the money we pay Harvard? They have a $60 billion fund, and we're giving them $8 billion, and we're trying to figure that out. And then they hire de Blasio, the worst mayor in the history of New York, and they hired the woman from Chicago who was a disaster, total disaster, and they pay them massive salaries, and they're supposed to be teaching you government. That's not Harvard. That's not Harvard the way it used to be. So do you have anything to say about that? The dollars you're holding back from quite a few universities that were not behaving.
Yeah, and the other, there's some Princeton, Cornell, others that are coming in and actually getting calls. Come in and sit down and have discussions, and so we're investigating them. But in the meantime, we're holding back the grant and the fund money.
Okay, great job. Thank you.
Very thankful for the House voting for the President's budget resolution along with the Senate bill. Made a ton of progress this week in working with members to ensure that a desire for flexibility in the Senate was not misconstrued as a desire not to slow and do spending reforms. And so we're very thankful for that. And now we can get after writing that bill, getting the President as big a package of his agenda to his desk. So very good week.
We just got the House vote, and now we're well on our way to getting, as we call it, the great big beautiful bill. It's a beauty. There's never been a bill like this one. We're trying to get it all into one beautiful bill. It's tax cuts, regulation cuts, and many other things. The border, a lot of money for the border. Where you're doing a fantastic job. So, but we just got a report that we, as you know, you knew before us. Were you surprised we got the vote? We got the vote, and we're happy to get the vote. So I think we're going to be in very good shape. Okay, please.
Mr. President, last year the Chinese received 1,700 orders for new ships. American shipyards received 5. Under your leadership, like so many other industries, we are going to revitalize and make shipbuilding and maritime great again with these blue-collar jobs. These are the cranes, the ports, opportunity zones, and drive that investment back in. And we have, under that executive order, and also one to streamline foreign military sales for people that want to buy our equipment, and of course acquisition reform, all just this week under your leadership, Mr. President.
So we're going to be rebuilding our shipbuilding business. We may order, would have to go to Congress for this, but we may buy some ships from other countries that we're close to and that do great jobs with ships, but we're going to start the process of rebuilding. We don't really essentially build ships anymore, which is ridiculous. It's going to be a very big business for us in the not too distant future, but in the meantime, we have countries that do very well at building ships, and we'll be dealing with those countries, and we may be ordering top-of-the-line ships from those countries. And within a fairly short period of time, we'll be building our own ships. So we'll probably have to go to Congress for that. But we're not going to have a problem. Susie, thank you very much for the job you've done. Go ahead, please.
I just want to make sure you know that this cabinet, I think, pretty uniquely collaborates and cooperates and works together to accomplish all that you've asked them to do, and I think they deserve a lot of credit for that.
It's true. You're doing a great job. The chief of staff, doing a great job. Lee, go ahead.
Mr. President, the Biden EPA was strangulating the economy. The Trump EPA understands it's not a binary choice. We can protect the environment and grow the economy. Working with Doge and Elon Musk, we've now canceled $22 billion worth of grants. And we have launched what is the largest deregulatory action in the history of the country. Just in one agency. That's how much of a mess the Biden EPA left us. It is going to end up reducing the cost of living. It's going to create jobs. It's going to make it easier to purchase a car. It'll be easier to heat your home. We're proud of this effort. The effort that we have is fulfilling the mandate that you earned from the American public. Clean air, land, and water for all Americans, unleashing energy dominance, permitting reform, advancing cooperative federalism, making America the AI capital of the world, and bringing back American auto jobs. When you called me that day asking for me to take this position, I was honored. And you were very specific and clear in what you wanted us to accomplish. We understand our mission, and at the Trump EPA, we're going to make you proud.
Great job. You're doing a great job. And you have a lot of applications for approvals for power plants, which are going to really power the regular plants, and they're going to be right next to each other because we can't rely on our grid. It's old and it's tired, and it's very subject to being attacked, whether by rain or by bombs or by anything else. And we're letting people build their own power plants, and these are a lot of them being built with the AI and beyond the AI chips, and we're letting them build their own power, and never been done before. And we're going to get it done quickly and approved quickly as part of a plant. They'll have a sort of be their own power company, and it's very exciting. They couldn't believe it when I told them that. I said, we're going to get you the approvals very fast as part of your regular plant. You're going to build electric producing plants, and it's very exciting. And they're able to do it very quickly and very well. And you made it possible. Thank you. You have a lot of applications for some of the biggest plants that have ever been built in the world. These are serious plants, aren't they? Huh?
Approved. We are open for business. Working with Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright, we are going to make you proud.
Sean?
First off, Mr. President, it's Brooke's birthday today, so she keeps getting younger, so happy birthday to Brooke. Thank you. I want to thank you as well for the shipbuilding at EO. Again, to build ships, we also need mariners to sail those ships. I was just up at Kings Point for the Merchant Marine Academy a couple days ago, and we have some of the greatest young men and women who are learning how to be mechanical engineers, to rebuild and fix the engines on those ships, but also how to sail ships. I would tell you that over the past decades, this academy has become, it needs some love. It's been a little bit dilapidated. We have to invest in sailors, and I appreciate you taking the initiative. To be a global power, we have to build ships and have sailors to sail those ships. These are the very people that help Pete should we come into points of crisis to support the military. So thank you for that. Number two, the last administration announced 3,200 projects, big, beautiful roads and bridges. Most of them are good. But they announced them, they didn't sign a grant agreement. 3,200, so the money doesn't go out the door to build the infrastructure in the country. And it's fun to do an announcement. It's actually the harder work to put together these grant agreements. So we're doing the work right now at DOT to get these grant agreements done and build the projects. Most of them are good. And they also put in all of this green and social justice requirements on roads and bridges. We're pulling all that out and putting the money toward the infrastructure, not the social movement from the last administration.
Good steel, right, as opposed to green paper mache. Good,
thanks.
Great job.
Sir, first,
We are, I would say, more than friends. We've all become family. And I think that what you have assembled in your vision is a turning point and an inflection point in American history. And so just being a part of that is the greatest honor. So thank you for that. And again, just the relationships here and the honor and respect we have for each other is a reflection of you and your leadership. So I just wanted to say that first. The second thing I want to say is that on behalf of the farmers and ranchers, food security is national security. We have to be able to feed ourselves. And your idea of using tariffs along with deregulation and tax cuts, but your idea of using tariffs to ensure that we are putting forward and putting America first, no one understands that better than our farmers and our ranchers. But having said that, emerging from 4 years of Biden with a 30% increase in inputs for our farmers and ranchers, with an almost $50 billion trade deficit. When we left the first time, it was zero, meaning that they are hurting. So the period of uncertainty we're in, they know that your vision will move us into an age of prosperity for all Americans, but for my people, for the farmers and ranchers, unlike any they have seen before. And I think they are really, really excited and so grateful for your leadership. But also, you have never failed to say that you have the backs of our farmers and our ranchers. It was the first phone call that I had after I was voted with the Senate, and that message just resonates with almost an 85% support of you in the last election. They're with you. Interestingly, the biggest budget driver at the United States Department of Agriculture is not farming and ranching or agriculture, it's food stamps. And so as we emerge and embark, Secretary Kennedy and I, on your vision of making America healthy again, a massive part of that is realigning and reworking our food stamp program so that it better serves those who need it. And yeah, to the point of getting the transgender, DEI, Green New Deal out of the USDA and realigning is really important. So
it's out of the military, right? Yes, sir. Is it 100% out, would you say?
99.9, sir. I'm going to get that last point.
Get the rest of it. We've got a much different military, I will tell you. Thanks very much. Good job. And eggs are down.
Eggs are
big,
down.
right?
Yes.
Big.
Yes, sir. Wholesale prices. Retail will come. Easter is the Super Bowl for eggs. So, there may be a little fluctuation, but no, we feel really good about it. Thank you.
That's what I hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. I'd echo what Howard said on the trade queue, that we've got over 75 countries that want to come in. So it'll be Treasury, Commerce, Jameson at USTR, and we're putting a process in place. And as you said, you're going to be part of the negotiations too, because I've had these countries call me up and Secretary Bessent, we're happy you're going to be negotiating. I said, well, President Trump's going to be involved too. So bring your best deal. On the budget, it's moving quickly in the House and the Senate thanks to your leadership. We're also going to have debt ceiling in there, so we're going to get an increase in the debt ceiling. And that will be the done and dusted for
part of the bill that we just got to vote on today. So.
Part of the bill. It'll be done and dusted for 2 years. We won't have to worry about that. And then I gave a speech yesterday to 1,400 small and community bankers, and they were so happy to hear from your administration. And I told them Wall Street's done great for the past 4 years, 10 years, 20 years. It can continue doing great, but it's Main Street's turn now, and it's those small bankers through deregulation, through emphasis on Main Street, your Main Street agenda, bringing back jobs, that is going to power the smaller communities. And then finally, the bond auction went very well yesterday. We had a lot of foreigners show up as the support, showing that the U.S. is still the best place to invest. The inflation report, as you said, was quite good. And energy prices are down more than 20% since January 20th.
Amazing.
That's great. Really good. Good numbers.
Great number.
Thank you. Pam?
President, we've had some great wins in the last few days. That you were overwhelmingly elected by the biggest majority the U.S. Americans want you to be president because of your agenda. And the courts are ruling that you have the authority to determine how the money of this country will be spent. That's what the American citizens wanted, and that's what they're getting. An example of that Friday was the Department of Education, that you can determine how the money will be spent. No more DEI. And that impacts every agency across the board. On the civil side, again, NLRB. We had a big win in the Supreme Court there. OPM, a big win there. But also 16,000 workers there. But also on the criminal side, the Alien Enemies Act. We are winning there. And, you know, your directive to me was to keep America safe, and that's what we're doing. Whether it's the alien enemies, all of these gangs, and they are enemies of our country. They are terrorists, they are organized crime, they have come here, they are extremely organized, they are spread throughout our country, and they are creating terror. And no more under your directive. And that is stopped. Yesterday in South Florida, we charged 11 defendants with $500 million of pure cocaine coming into our country to kill our kids. They were caught. They will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. These gang members are going back to where they came, or they're going to an El Salvador prison at your directive. And, you know, you also gave us a directive to prosecute the people who are going after Tesla to the fullest extent of the law, some of the greatest police work I've seen. We've made 4 arrests. There will be no negotiations at your directive. They're all looking at 20 years in prison, and within the next 24 hours, you're going to be seeing another huge arrest on a Tesla dealership, President, and that person will be looking at least 20 years in prison with no negotiations.
That's great. That will stop it. Cold.
Domestic terrorism.
Thanks. Doing a great job, too. Thank you very much. Lori, please.
Mr. President, accountability matters. That's what we're recognizing. With our partners at the Department of Labor for Government Efficiency, just a few weeks ago, we realized there's about $4.4 billion in COVID funds that were not used, that the state coffers were just holding on to. Out of that, we've returned $1.4 billion back to the state treasury, so essentially to the American people, and we'll go back and claw the rest of those billions of dollars back. And on the heels of that, late last night, we're understanding unemployment insurance fraud. That trust needs to be whole for the American people. When we need it for who deserves it. That's not what we're seeing. And the numbers that we saw last night, again, exposed by our partners at DOJ, at the Department of Labor. Since 2020, over $400 million of payments have gone out already. And when you hear these numbers, apparently in the United States, we have over almost 25,000 people who are over 115 years old who are collecting $59 million that we have sent out to people. Talk about fraudulent behavior. Mr. President, 28,000 people between 1 and 5 years old have collected fraudulent payments at the tune of $254 million has gone out. And lastly, 10,000 people who have not been born yet, 15 years into the future, $69 million, and they haven't even been born yet. In one case, they will be born 129 years from now. The United States government sent them $41,000, and they're not born yet. So, under the Department of Labor, those are the things that we're uncovering. I couldn't be more honored to tell the American people that we're bringing back their dollars, and we're saving them and returning them to the United States Treasury. Also, jobs numbers. Last Friday, 228,000 new jobs were reported. That is good for the American people. That is my primary job, is to grow that workforce under your leadership. So we've kicked off the America at Work tour, and we'll be visiting all 50 states, and I'll be working with my colleagues here to do just that. So thank you, Mr. President. We're going to grow this economy. We're going to keep our focus on the American worker.
So you're finding tremendous fraud, though. Those numbers are really bad when you're
unheard of.
Over 115 years old. And I think you had mentioned the oldest person in our country is 114 years old. That's pretty good.
A woman living in Pennsylvania, but apparently there's 24,000 more of them that are 115 or older. That
I hope you hear that. So we have 24,000 older than the oldest person.
Definitely did.
That's terrible. And what are we doing about that? How do we get that money back?
Yeah, so we're working with our IGs to do the further investigation. The House and Senate, we had a 5-year statute of limitations We've got an extension on that another 5 years. And so the goal, in my opinion, we should never have a statute of limitations to return the American dollars back to the Treasury when there's fraud. But at this point, we will continue to work hard and double down and return those dollars to the Treasury.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great job. Christy?
Well, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership at the border. For the second month in a row, you have broken the record in the history of the nation for the lowest number of encounters at the border, which is absolutely remarkable. You have said that America's laws matter and that they'll be enforced, and we're hard at work now to get people to go back home that are here illegally. So the Alien Registration Act has been in place long enough now that those individuals that are here illegally, if they haven't registered, then they can be charged criminally, and they can face fines up to $1,000 a day and face deportation if they don't go home, and they'll never get the chance to come back to America. So we're encouraging people to use the CBP Home app to register, and we're working on the resources and funding to buy them a plane ticket to send them home. I went to El Salvador, Colombia, and Mexico, and those countries and others are thinking about setting up programs to support these individuals when they get back to their countries. So when they get there, they'll have housing and food assistance, and so making sure that these folks have the opportunity to go home so that they can get the chance to come back to America is important. And
So it's a very big self-deport operation that we're starting.
thousands of people have already self-deported. Well, we're just going to, we got 21 million people that need to go home because they're here breaking our laws, then we need to facilitate that. And I've been working with the governors a lot lately on several different issues. One of them has been on FEMA for recommendations on how to do exactly what you've directed us to do. And then also I sent a letter and communicated with them that they need to be setting up a SCIF. Some of our governors don't have secure facilities to have national security issues. I think one of the jobs Homeland Security has is to give communication down to states, to local cities and communities. And so recommending they get a SCIF, they have secure comms with them at all times or nearby so that they can have national security conversations, and then to have somebody in their office designated that is their communications person. A lot of them have emergency management officers, but they don't necessarily have somebody designated when it comes to a national security issue that we may need to communicate with them on. And I think American people need to know that Real ID will be required to travel on May 7th. So those governors have been notified to communicate that at home. We don't want anybody to get delayed and not be able to travel when they get to an airport. And this will also help us bring integrity back to all of our IDs and how they're used for issuing driver's licenses. And governors know how I feel about making sure their driver's licensing system has integrity, because a lot of people use their driver's license to vote. And the backbone of our country and the foundation is election integrity. So we're giving all those directions to our governors and communicating that so they can lead on it as well.
And we're going to work with people so that if they go out in a nice way, go back to their country, we're going to work with them right from the beginning on trying to get them back in legally. Is that right?
They have a chance to come back.
So it gives you a real incentive. Otherwise, they never come back. They'll never be allowed once a certain period of time goes by, which is probably going to be 60 days. We're also going to work with farmers that if they have strong recommendations for their farms for certain people, we're going to let them stay in for a while and work with the farmers and then come back and go through a process, a legal process. But we have to take care of our farmers and hotels and various places where where they need the people. And we're going to be working with you very carefully on that. So a farmer will come in with a letter concerning certain people saying they're great, they're working hard. We're going to slow it down a little bit for them. And then we're going to ultimately bring them back. They'll go out, they're going to come back as legal workers. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Which I think will be I think it's very important to do. Okay, thank you very much. Great job. Jameson, I watched you testify for the last
he did
couple of days. You were on every night at 3 o'clock in the morning. You did great. You were fantastic. Thank you very much.
It's just what I like to do for fun, sir. You've been keeping us very busy. Last week, you started a reordering of international trade, something that hasn't happened for 80 years, something that should have happened decades ago. And you know that. You've known that for a long time. That's why you have us all working on this. you came into an emergency situation where President Biden left us with a $1.2 trillion trade deficit. It's the largest of any country in human history. The largest. So you declared an emergency. You took action.
You say the largest in history, right?
In history.
There's never been anything like what he left us. He left us a mess. His whole administration was a mess. So go ahead.
So you declared an emergency, you imposed a trade action, so now you have a tariff on the world, it promotes U.S. manufacturing, it protects U.S. workers, and you've also given room for negotiation during this time so we can open export markets for our farmers and other producers and American workers. And this is why the unions vote for you, this is why the workers vote for you, this is why the families want you to be the president, because you're standing up for American workers and American communities. We've had countries come in over the past couple of weeks that represent more than half of global domestic GDP, more than half. That's who's coming in to talk to you and to your advisors about how to have reciprocal trade, how to have fair trade. Would have happened without you.
Thank you very much. Great job. Lovely lot.
Well, thanks to your fantastic leadership, this amazing cabinet, and the very talented DOGE team, I'm excited to announce that we anticipate savings in FY26 from reduction of waste and fraud by $150 billion. And I mean, and some of it is just absurd, like people getting unemployment insurance who haven't been born yet. I mean, I think anyone can appreciate whether, I mean, come on, that's just crazy. You know, some of these things, people ask me, like, well, how are you going to find waste and fraud in the government? I'm like, well, actually, just go in any direction. That's how you find it. It's very common. it's as the military would say, target-rich environment. So I think we're doing a lot of good and excellent collaboration with the cabinet to achieve these savings. And it will actually result in better services for the American people, and then we're going to be spending their tax dollars in a way that is sensible and fair and good.
And your people are fantastic. In fact, hopefully they'll stay around for the long haul. We'd like to keep as many as we can. They're great, smart, sharp, right? Finding things that nobody would have thought of. Very computer savvy.
Yes. We're working with hard to get the Trump Gold Card operational, hopefully in the next week or so.
That'll be very exciting. It's
really exciting.
That's a pathway to citizenship into the United States.
It's a big deal.
Yep, it's a big deal. Thank you very much. Great job you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to your leadership and setting the mandate of transparency and accountability across the U.S. government. I'm bringing that transparency and accountability to the intelligence community. First and foremost, to make sure that you and your cabinet have that real-time, relevant, apolitical, objective intelligence to best inform, whether it's negotiations for peace, negotiations around tariffs, the great work that you are leading around the cabinet today. Secondly, working with Department of Homeland Security and the FBI to increase our information sharing to achieve your goal of countering the narcotic trafficking and our ability to go after cartels now designated as foreign terrorists. I met with the National Sheriff's Association this week, being able to work to make sure that the information that they are getting on the ground, that local law enforcement is getting on the ground, is being fed back up through to our National Counter-Terrorism Center, and that we have all of the federal agencies, state and local law enforcement all on the same page as we are working to make our country safe again. And lastly, sir, as you know, declassification and rooting out weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community is a huge priority. You know more than anyone else the very dangerous and negative consequences of that. I've got a long list of things that we're investigating. We have the best of the best going after this. Election integrity being one of them. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast, which further drives forward your mandate to bring about paper ballots across the country so that voters can have faith in the integrity of our elections. And lastly, we've been scanning. I've had over 100 people working around the clock to scan the paper around RFK, Senator Robert F. Kennedy's assassination, as well as Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination, These have been sitting in boxes in storage for decades. They have never been scanned or seen before. We'll have those ready to release here within the next few days.
That's great. Bobby, how do you feel about that? That's hitting,
I'm very gratified to hear.
That's hitting close to home, isn't it?
no
When you think,
Yeah.
I'm thinking about Bobby when that statement's made.
I'm very grateful to you, Mr. President.
And you'll let Bobby see some of this because, it's very personal stuff. But it's time.
I've asked him, and his response is, put it out. The world needs to know the truth.
And his uncle that's been out, and anything that hasn't been out, they can go to your offices and see, right?
Everything that we have within our possession, it's either online or it's physically at the National Archives and Records Agency. We also have hunters going out, Mr. President, and looking in the storage lockers at FBI and CIA and other agencies, specifically to find if there is anything else that has not been reported. We're actively going out and trying to search out the truth.
Okay. Yeah, we want to get it all out.
Yes.
100% good. Thank you very much. Good job, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, on behalf of America's manufacturers, I want to thank you for standing up to the Chinese Communist Party and fighting for our main streets, for our workers, and for those that make things in America. I'm out on a Made in America manufacturing tour, and as I go across the country, people are grateful to have a president who's not just fighting on the tariffs fronts, but to get inflation down, to create jobs. After Biden destroyed 110,000 manufacturing jobs in just his last year, you've already brought back thousands and thousands of manufacturing jobs. So the American worker is grateful. Main Street is grateful for you. And at the agency level, we're making sure that manufacturers have access to the capital they need, but we can't do that if we're not fighting fraud. So we've modified our loan applications to have citizenship verification, to make sure we have birth dates, common sense principles around lending that the Biden administration had waived. They waived $450 million of fees in 1 year. We're restoring that for the American taxpayer. And the American taxpayer, as tax day approaches, April 15th, they need to know that this cabinet, this administration, and thank you Elon Musk and Doge for fighting for the American taxpayer to make sure that their hard-earned dollars are well spent, that they have a return on investment for this country, and that we're fighting for them just as you are every single day. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, we are working at HHS to advance your agenda to make America healthy again. I'm working with Lee Zeldin to reassess the fluoride rules based upon the August release by the National Toxicity Program of new science that shows a direct inverse correlation between exposure to fluoride and IQ loss, particularly in children. Lee and I were in Utah this week, to announce that Utah became the first state in the country to ban supplemental fluoride. I'm working with Brooke and governors now in 24 states who are advancing MAHA legislation to get soda pops off of the food stamp program, off the SNAP program. We've launched Operation Stork Speed to get the bad chemicals out of baby formula. We're working with governors across the country to get good food into the school lunch programs and to get rid of food chemical dyes and other bad chemicals that are in our food. We've shown now that this directly affects academic performance, violence in the schools, and mental health, as well as physical health. We are working with governors across the country to get cell-to-cell or bell-to-bell legislation to restrict the use of cell phones in schools, which again dramatically impacts academic performance. Today we announced a dramatic reduction in animal testing at NIH and FDA. We're going to switch over to AI, which we've now found is much more precise in identifying the impacts of toxics in various products. We're working with Elon, who's done an incredible job to eliminate the redundancies and to streamline operations at all the health agencies and to calibrate our trajectory to your agenda of making America healthy again. And finally, on the CDC has done an amazing job at getting the measles outbreak under control. We have about 680 cases now in 22 states, compared to the same outbreak in Europe, which is 127,000 cases and 37 deaths. Our numbers in this country have now plateaued. And I want to thank CDC for that. And we're trying to refocus the press. We've had 3 measles deaths in this country over 20 years. And we're trying to refocus the press to get them to pay attention to the chronic disease epidemic as you've asked us to. We have now 38% of American youth are pre-diabetic. This was unknown 30 years ago. Every child that becomes diabetic, there should be a headline about them. We have 100 million adults who are pre-diabetic or diabetic. And we have, we have now, the autism rates have gone from now, most recent numbers we think are going to be about 1 in 31. 1 in 12, so they're going up again. From 1 in 10,000 when I was a kid. And we are going, at your direction, we are going to know by September. We've launched a massive testing and research effort that's going to involve hundreds of scientists from around the world. By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic, and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
So big. Think of that. So it was 1 in 10,000 children had autism, and now it's 1 in 31. Not 31,000, 31. That's a horrible statistic, isn't it? And there's got to be something artificial out there that's doing this. So you think you're going to have a pretty good idea, huh?
We will know by September.
There will be no bigger news conference than that. So that's it. If you can come up with that answer, where you stop taking something, you stop eating something, or maybe it's a shot, but something's causing it. It can't be from 10,000 to. Can you imagine that, Marco? That's a big number. Thank you very much. You're doing great. Thank you, Bobby. Please, Doug.
Well, Mr. President, one of your primary administration goals is to make sure that we unleash American energy, and of course the strategy behind that is when we do that, it helps make it more affordable for all Americans. Energy isn't just industry, it is the foundation of every other industry, whether it's food, manufacturing, clothing, transportation. And then also when we've got the ability to generate and not just be energy independent but energy dominant, then we have the opportunity to sell energy to our friends and allies versus them buy it from our adversaries. And our adversaries were funding terrorism and conflicts against our allies by their oil and gas sales that were going through a Swiss cheese set of sanctions. So with your creation of the National Energy Dominance Council, over half the people at this table serve on that. Everyone has been engaged, whether it's interactions with negotiations with other countries, with putting sanctions in place that actually work, with cutting deregulation, working on biofuels, building infrastructure for transportation. There's a whole range of things that are being tackled. But when in the outcome of all that is that the Biden administration was restricting supply, you're increasing supply. When you increase supply, then prices start to come down. And we have a huge opportunity to do this. Just in interior alone, there's 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface, and 2.5 billion acres of offshore. And the Biden administration was trying to restrict this so that you couldn't get a timber lease, you couldn't cut a tree, you couldn't graze a cow, you couldn't develop oil and gas minerals, and you couldn't develop the critical minerals we need for our technology, for our defense industries, and to be able to help us win the AI arms race against China. So we're opening up this, and with your executive orders and your work, we've on Tuesday, historic day, you ended the war on beautiful clean coal, which has been going on since Obama took office. China gets 60% of their electricity from coal. They're opening up They've opened up 94 gigawatts of coal in the last year as part of this AI arms race. 94 gigawatts, that's enough for 94 Denvers to be able to, 1 gigawatt per metro area like that. It's unheard of. So we have an opportunity under your leadership to come back. The Gulf of America had its first offshore lease sale, which is scheduled for later this year, but that was, the industry loved that because we're now, the Gulf of America is now open for business again. And there's as much as 7 billion barrels of oil accessible now. They've increased the upside of what they think that is. On the coal front, the estimate is the financial value of the coal in America is $8 trillion. That was an asset on the balance sheet that we've now being put back on again. And of course in Alaska, with your separate executive orders to unleash Alaska energy between ANWR, the North Slope, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve Alaska, all of those, we've reversed Biden decision. Those are all open for business again. And all of this is leading to the investment coming to America. The smart money is coming to the U.S. That's why we've got, trillions of dollars of investment that are showing up at the door, because they know if they're going to do manufacturing here, there's going to be energy to power their plants. And so, again, thank you for your leadership and thank you for everything you're doing.
Very good. Thank you. Marco?
Well, Mr. President, one of the most important things I believe you'll achieve in your presidency is reordering the world in a proper way. For 31 years, more than 31 years now, multiple administrations have allowed the Chinese to deindustrialize this country, to take away jobs and factories and pillars of our national strength. And what you're doing now, I think, is a great service to our country, but ultimately to the world. And I want to congratulate you and your team that's working on that, because it has extraordinary geopolitical implications, as you see from all these other countries that are now coming here and wanting to join something that actually makes it's crazy to allow these. I mean, basically, we lived in a world where Chinese companies can do whatever they want in America, but our companies cannot do anything over there unless they allow it, and even then they steal our stuff and reverse engineer it. So just reordering all of that has dramatic implications on peace and security of the world, so we thank you. An important meeting, thanks to you, is going to happen on Saturday for the first time in a long time. There'll be direct talks between Ambassador Woodcock and a top-level leader in Iran. We hope that'll lead to peace. You've been very clear what Iran is never going to have is a nuclear weapon, and I think that's what led to this meeting, and we'll wait for him to come back from it, and we're hopeful about that. I would also say that we are receiving, and I think the Department of Homeland Security can confirm this, historic cooperation from countries all over the world. Number one, in taking back their citizens. Every country in the world has to take back people that are illegally in another country. And we have countries that refuse to do it or will kind of ignore our calls. All of them are doing it. The ones that are not are paying a price. And we've also found cooperation in other countries that are willing to take some of these people, some very dangerous criminals. I know the President of El Salvador will be here next week, has really been a good friend of the United States in that regard. These are some of the worst people you'll ever encounter. And Pam knows this, and Christy knows this from the work they're doing. And one last point I want to make, Mr. President, and again, it's under your leadership, it's actually under your executive order. If you come to this country as a student, we expect you to go to class and study and get a degree. If you come here to vandalize a library, take over a campus, and do all kinds of crazy things, we're going to get rid of these people, and we're going to continue to do it. So when we identify lunatics like these, we take away their student visa. No one's entitled to a student visa. The press covers student visas like there's some sort of birthright. No, a student visa is like me inviting you into my home. If you come into my home and put all kinds of crap on my couch, I'm going to kick you out of my house. And so, that's what we're doing with our country, thanks to the President. And last but not least, very important development this week, but both Pam and I were very excited. The finest higher education institution in the United States, University of Florida, is also now the national champions in basketball, and we hope you'll host them here soon, Mr. President. Go Gators.
They're coming. They're coming very soon. Well, thank you very much. You're really doing a great job. We appreciate it. Any question?
Mr. President, can you give us a reaction to today's stock market drop, and also give us a sense of the next steps with China?
Well, I haven't seen it because I've been here for 2.5 hours, so I'll be seeing it. I think Scott went out. Scott, you want to have a statement on that?
Sure. Look, the up 2, down 1 is not a bad ratio, or up 10, down 5. And I think, as we have talked about, as we go through the queue and settle with these countries who are going to bring us their best offers, we will end up in a place of great certainty over the next 90 days on tariffs. We had very good inflation numbers today. Oil's down. We had a successful bond market, so I don't see anything unusual today.
And next steps for China, sir?
Well, we'll see what happens with China. We would love to be able to work a deal. They've really taken advantage of our country for a long period of time. They've ripped us off beyond nobody. How people stood for it, sitting in my position, is not even believable. And we're talking about many presidents, not just a couple. But they did, and all we're doing is putting it back in shape. We're resetting the table. And I'm sure that we'll be able to get along very well. I have great respect for President Xi. He's been, in a true sense, he's been a friend of mine for a long period of time. And I think that we'll end up working out something that's very good for both countries. I look forward to it.
Mr. President, China retaliated today by reducing the number of American films that can be shown there. What's your reaction to them now targeting cultural exports from the United States?
I think I've heard of worse things than Yes, please.
Also on China, the Ukrainians say they have evidence that Chinese soldiers have been found fighting for the Russians in Ukraine. Can the U.S. verify this? And if so, what does the U.S. plan on doing to China to counteract that?
We'll look into it, but I think beyond that, we're really looking to get that war stopped. They're losing 2,500 and even more than that young people a week. They're Russian and they're Ukrainian. They're not American, but they're people. And we're seeing if we can get it stopped. And I think we're making progress. I appreciate the ballerina who was released. It was at the request of a very good friend of all of ours, actually. Dana White called me and he said it's the friend or the relationship of one of the fighters for UFC or one of the fighters. And Dana's an incredible guy, and we spoke to President Putin about it, and they made a deal. They released the young ballerina, and she is now out, and that was good, so we appreciate that. We hope that we're going to be able to make a deal relatively soon with Russia and Ukraine to stop the fighting. It's so senseless. It's such a horrible thing. It would have never happened if I were president, but it did happen, and we were given that card. And I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to get it stopped. We've got to get going. We got to get it. We have to move it faster. Likewise with the hostages, we're making progress. There's 59 hostages, but only 24 of them are living, and that's the way it's been presented to me by the mothers of some of the dead, mothers and fathers of some of the dead hostages, and they want the bodies of their baby, as they say, their baby, their young boys. They want them back as much as if they were alive. It's amazing, because when I met the hostages 2 weeks ago here, I couldn't believe what they had to go through, by the way. But when I met them, they said, yeah, there's 59, but 24 are living. And they actually consider, I guess if you're a parent, you do consider it this way, that the remainder who are dead, the 24 that are alive, the remainder that are dead, they want them back just as much as they would want them back if they were alive. It's really pretty amazing and pretty sad. So we're getting close to getting them back. We have a lot came back. A lot of people are very grateful. Some came back in pretty bad shape. Some came back, they're okay. I think they're going to be scarred mentally for a long time, because if you sit down and talk to them, as I have, what they went through is incredible. But we're making progress. We're dealing with Israel. We're dealing with Hamas, and it's a nasty grip.
Mr. President, so how close are you to the first country coming to actually make a deal with the United States over tariffs? Is it days, months?
Well, I think it's very close, but we have to have a deal that we like. We don't want a deal that's going to be a bad deal, or I could make every deal in one day if I wanted to. I could do this in one day. I could just say, here's what we'll do. And I was saying to the people before, to Scott, mostly to Scott and Howard, and some of the other people that work with us on the negotiations. We have a lot of law firms that have paid me a lot of money in the form of legal fees. We're going to probably use those firms to, if we can, I think we can, I'll make a contribution to the country, but they're great firms, they're the best firms, the biggest, and really the most prestigious, and we may be using them to help you guys out because you're going to need a lot of lawyers. And I'm not sure Pam's going to be happy if I say, can you send over about 200 lawyers that work on trade? She's working on criminal stuff, and I think that's going to be her focus more than anything else. So we'll find out if we can do that. But we have a lot of lawyers that you've been reading about where they paid $100 million a firm on average. Now we have the final 4 or 5 are at $125 million. So I have a lot of legal fees I could give to you people, and we might as well use them. Hopefully I won't need that many legal fees or that much. I may. Who knows? After it ends, after we leave, maybe I'll need it. But if I do, it's not going to be very pleasant. So I think we're going to try to use these very prestigious firms to help us out with the trade because we have a lot of countries. But we want to make deals that are proper for the United States, not just we can make deals easily. We want to make them proper.
Mr. President, if you aren't able to reach the deals that you want to see at the end of the 90 days, will you put those higher tariffs in place, or will you extend? Well,
that's what would happen. I mean, if we can't make the deal that we want to make, or we have to make, or that's good for both parties, it's just got to be good for both parties. And then we go back to where we were.
You go back to the numbers that you announced last week.
I think so.
You wouldn't extend the pause.
Yeah. We'll have to see what happens at that time.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said yesterday you were considering some exceptions for companies. Can you talk about what you're considering? And then also on the reciprocal tariffs, so they'd be substantially lower. Is the same math formula going to be used, or is that cost out?
I'm not considering now for any country or company, but it's possible that I would. But I'm not. We don't have that situation right now. People understand where we are, what we're going to do. But it could happen. It's called flexibility. You have to have certain flexibility.
Mr. President, what are you planning on using the money that you're gaining from revenue through the tariffs on?
Paying down national debt, reducing taxes, creating good budgets, helping Christie with the border and all of the other things. I built hundreds of miles of wall, as people now understand, 571 miles of border wall in the first administration. But we're going to beef it up, and we're going to add more. And the numbers are incredible. Really, the numbers of what's taken place. We had great numbers, but these numbers are topping my last administration. And Christie and Tom Homan have done an amazing job. But it's an expensive process. This weekend, where they used to have hundreds of thousands of people standing there pouring through the border in Tijuana, Mexico, this weekend they had nobody. You had a man sweeping this massive piece of concrete, which is, the area where they said massive. And I've looked at that during the Biden administration. You couldn't see a piece of that concrete. There were so many people on it. You couldn't, if you had helicopter shots, you couldn't see concrete. Now, this weekend, you had nobody there but a man with a broom sweeping it and cleaning it up. Pretty amazing. It's really an amazing job. But it will be used for that. It'll be used for a lot of things. It'll be used by the Department of Justice for doing a great job. Pam is doing a fantastic job. So it's going to be used for a lot of different things.
Mr. President, on the 10% tariff, is that a basement? Is that the
It's a baseline.
Can countries negotiate that to bring that
It depends on what they're adding. Some countries we have massive deficits with, or they have big surpluses with us, and others it's not that way. So it depends. That's why it's really they're all different. Every country is different. Some have certain advantages that others don't have, and certain things. We have some. China has a surplus of $1 trillion. I mean, the numbers are crazy, and others have basically no surpluses. We have some that are pretty even, but they hurt us in other ways, and we just want to get that taken care of. So everyone is a little bit different.
So are you negotiating with the EU as one bloc or individual nations for the tariffs?
We're looking at it as one bloc. They've been very tough, but they were very smart. They were ready to announce retaliation, and then they heard about what we did with respect to China and others, but China. And they said, we're going to hold back a little bit. They decided to hold back. I thought they were very smart. Look, the EU is very smart, but they really have taken advantage of the United States. They were formed for the purpose of taking advantage of the United States. And I don't blame them, and I don't blame China. I don't blame anybody. I blame the people that were sitting at that desk in that other beautiful Oval Office for allowing it to happen. Many presidents I blame. They should have never allowed it to happen. And I'm doing something that a lot of them wouldn't want to do. But I'm here, I do those things, and we're going to make this country great again. We were taken advantage of by almost everybody. I sat back in the last administration. I would actually read them. I don't have to read them now. I know them so well. I would read some of these documents that were signed, deals, and I said, who would do a deal like this? Who would do it? You've seen it, Elon.
Yeah.
I'd look at deals where it's so one-sided. Even we have a deal with Japan, and we get along great with Japan, and we had the Prime Minister here. He was fantastic. As you know, Abe was great. Shinzo was great. He was a good friend of mine, unfortunately no longer with us. But we defend them, but they don't have to defend us. I said, that doesn't sound too good. But we have a deal where, a defense deal. We pay hundreds of billions of dollars to defend them. But if for any reason, in other words, we pay all the money. They don't pay anything. But if we're ever attacked, they don't have to do a thing to protect us. I said, oh, that sounds like a wonderful deal. So that's just one out of thousands. And I just wonder who did this. And it's people that either hate our country or didn't care, an expression that you use. I think it's really a lot of them didn't care. It's just hard to believe how bad they are. Now that's a little bit of a defensive deal, but I'm talking about trade deals, the same thing. They're so bad, you would say, how come? And even when I'd renegotiate, like I'd go to a country, they'd give me everything I asked for. I said, why didn't somebody ask for it like originally? They give me everything. I think when they were negotiating, they didn't care, or they didn't ask, or they were shy, or they were very stupid, or they hate our country. Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
You were speaking about Japan. Can you clarify what your vision is for U.S. Steel? You referenced it yesterday.
Yeah.
There's some questions about what you actually want
Sure.
to see out
Look,
of that.
U.S. Steel is going to do very well now because of tariffs, and I don't know why they even need a deal. But the only thing is, U.S. Steel, if you go back 80 or 90 years, that was a behemoth in this. That was our biggest, most. If we were around, we would have been very proud of it. Today we have different types of companies that are big. Google, it's not the same as U.S. Steel. And I love Google, and I got to like the people that run it. They're very capable people. They didn't like me so much in the first administration, but they like me a lot now. I don't know what happened, but I like them. But I think they would be the first to admit, when I envisioned, you look at some of those steel factories from 90 years ago, it was a different kind of a country, but they were miles long. Today you see just empty hulks. Those hulks are going to be filled up very soon because of what I'm doing with tariffs. It was a different kind of a thing. But if I didn't do that in the first term, my first term, if I didn't put tariffs on, we would have, because China and others were dumping steel, billions of dollars of steel. Our steel companies were all closing. We wouldn't have one steel plant open, and now we have a steel industry that's doing very well, but soon it's going to be thriving, really thriving, and those factories are going to be filled up, but more importantly, they're going to build brand new ones. Nucor and so many other companies call me, Nucor being a big steel company. They're building massive new steel plants, and it's great. And likewise, car companies. We have many, many car companies. 3 of them. I'm not looking to hurt Mexico, and I like Mexico. And by the way, I think the new president is a terrific person, a fantastic woman. We've had many conversations. She's a very elegant, just a fantastic person, and she's been very nice, very, very nice. But I'm not looking to hurt them. But we have 3 car plants that were under construction in Mexico. They stopped constructing, and now they're going to build in the United States because of tariffs. See, we should have never let this happen because whoever it was that was president at the time, we lost 90,000 plants and factories since NAFTA. 90,000. It's not believable. How about that, Laura? You know, you're in that sort of world of factories and
Build back
plants.
manufacturing, construction jobs, bring those workers back home.
That's right, we're going to bring them all back. But think of it, from that period of time, which isn't so long ago, we lost. I said the other day, if you had a map on a big wall like this, and if you had pins, 90,000, I don't know if you'd have enough. I don't think you'd have enough room on the map to put the pins. 90,000 factories that we've lost since NAFTA. And it's not even, and about 6 million jobs, but really, I think probably a lot more than that, but they say 6 million jobs. We're going to bring many of that back. I think we're going to bring more than all of it back. We're going to be better and stronger than ever before. But if a president, when they were leaving, said, look, you can leave, but if you're going to build a factory someplace else, and you think you're going to come and sell your steel or your car or any product that you make, your pharmaceuticals, which we're going to do, we're going to get them all back. But if you think you're going to just, all they had to do is say this, and they wouldn't have left. You know, I said it the other day. I said it with respect to, I made a speech a year ago, and I told them if I win, we're going to charge a big, big tariff at the border. And people were thinking about building in Mexico a car plant. And I said, we're going to have a big tariff. So if you want to build a car, you're going to have to pay 25% more than the cost of that car. You're going to have to pay 25% tariff at the border. They would have never left. They could have kept everybody. If a president said, if you leave this country, you leave Michigan, you leave Detroit, you leave anybody, any of our states, because to me they're all the same. I love them all. Okay, I love them all, and I probably won them all. But they say I won most of them. But I think I won them all. But that's okay. But all you had to say if you were the president is, if you leave and you think you're going to now fire all those workers, leave all that, everything behind, and you're going to build in another country and sell it and no, you're not going to. You're going to pay 50% or 100% tariff. They would have never left. And all you had to say, Marco, all you had to say very simply is, you don't have to write it down. All you have to do is say it verbally. If you leave, you're going to pay 100% tariff, therefore don't leave. They would have never left. But they left 90,000 plants. I mean, it's hard to believe that many. It's not, you can't envision it. So just getting back to your, because I'm the great weaver of all time. To weave, you have to be a genius. To go on tangents, anybody can do that. But we'll get back to your original U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel is a big name in this country. It's Babe Ruth is a big name. We have a lot of big names, but not too many. U.S. Steel is one of the great names in the history of our country. And normally I wouldn't mind so much. I wouldn't be thrilled with it. But to buy for a foreign country, and we love Japan, but for a foreign country to buy that cherished U.S. Steel brand, that's hard for me to do. And maybe somebody else may want it. The company Nippon that's involved with it is a big, powerful company who do a good job. But why can't they just build a plant themselves? I mean, why do they have to, take U.S. Steel? So as you know, I rejected the deal. Now they've come back in a different form. They're coming back as an investor. And I feel better about that, I guess. But, I know them very well. I know the thinking. It's the investor. They'll invest, and somebody else maybe is sitting in this chair, and they will no longer have an investment. They'll have the whole thing. That's the way it works. Very smart. They're very, very smart people. We're dealing with very smart people throughout the world. Great geniuses, actually. Look what they've done to our country. And again, I don't blame China. I don't blame anybody. If I could have done it, if I were in that position, I'd have great respect. I have great respect for the people. They ripped off the United States, and all we had to do, have a president that knew what the hell was going on, and none of those countries would have left. Those companies, none of them would have left. So that's a little lesson in basic business. And it's really basic business. It's not complicated business. It's very basic business. and we'd have every one of those car plants going just the way they were 30 years ago. None of them would have left, but now they're coming back.
Mr. President, the Labor Department has confirmed that $400 million went to fake people for unemployment benefits.
Yeah,
What are your
yeah.
initial reactions?
I think it's terrible. I just heard it from Lori, and I appreciate it, and you heard it from Elon's people, right?
That's right.
Elon's done a fantastic job. Look, he's sitting here, and I don't care. I don't need Elon for anything other than I happen to like him. But I'm telling you, this guy did a fantastic job. I don't need his car. I actually bought one and they said, "Oh, did you get a bargain?" No. I said, "Give me the top price." I paid a lot of money for that car. But honestly, he makes a great car. You know what I do with it? I let the people in the office drive around in it. Margot and Natalie, they're all, Chamberlain, they're all driving around the most beautiful car. It's gorgeous. But I did that as a sign of, just a show of support. Numerous people have done that. Just a show of support. Because, he's done a fantastic job, but he hasn't been treated properly.
The unemployment.
Hasn't been treated properly, yeah.
Mr. President, can you talk to us about your communications with China? Has President Xi reached out at all since the tariff?
Well, I don't want to say who's reached out. I just say that I think it's going to work out, hopefully well.
Including TikTok?
They're very big. It's hard to get over, if you're me, what they've done to our country. They've destroyed our economic base to a large extent. The good news is we're very vibrant, and we're going to get it back fast. We already have. Look, we're making $2 billion a day now, and during Biden, we were losing $3 billion a day. Biden was a disaster. He was the worst president in the history of our country. And to me, worse than that, because the money you can make if you have the right guy in this position, worse than that was what they did on the border. By allowing the jails of the world, not South America, all over the world, to be opened up so that we take everybody from Africa, Asia, South America, Europe, the bad ones. They opened up their jails and they dumped them in the United States. And now this beautiful young woman who seems to be, boy, she loves what she does, though. I think she loves what she does because she's a patriot. She hates to see it. And Tom and all the people. But for us to spend, hundreds of billions of dollars this is just, I don't know. They either hated the country. Who would do this? Who would want millions of people to pour through an open border? We have no idea who the hell they are, and just walk right through. And half of them, whether you like it or not, you could look at them and you could say, they are not going to help us. These are some rough people. But they'd empty out their jails, and they'd empty out their mental institutions, insane asylums, and they let them into the United States of America. And inflation we can fix, and all of the other things we can fix. We'll get it going. But this is something, it's such a horrible thing, and it's really hard. We have to do deportations. Now we're doing self-deportation. We're coming up with all sorts of ideas. And they must have known it's not going to work out well. And, we want people to come into our country, by the way. We need them badly for the jobs. But we want them to come in legally. They have to come in legally. They have to show that they can love our country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Democrats making allegations about market manipulation yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Stay with us and we'll bring you more news right after this break.